Alonso stepped up for the Mets when it mattered most, down 2 runs to the Brewers. In their decisive wildcard game Thursday, the Polar Bear came to the plate in the 9th and launched that 3-run bomb to give the Mets the lead. They down on 1 more run before the inning was over.
Hello everyone, Simon around here. We are just live again at Hearts of Iron 4 Modern Day mod. So I think we're doing fine. The only
over on Thursday Night Football, Kirk Cousins once again
because we're just losing a lot
his
of finances here, like minus 48 billion, and we're making
to get his team in a field goal range after kicker Younghoe Koo set the match to overtime. Kirk Clutchins stepped on field 1 more time.
It's just terrible. We're just not gonna do any good at this. Auto influence. Which auto influence do we have? Because I think that we are just influencing Belize. And
Cousins hit Hodge
no, we're not influencing Jamaica. I'm not sure what are we influencing right now. We also have Bahamas as a puppet state.
Well, she may have been bounced from the playoffs, but Caitlin Clark got a pretty good consolation prize. The women's hoops phenom
military attaché. We don't really need that.
Thursday in a near unanimous
don't really need a military attaché.
Broadcasters.
Right, I just gonna have to change the laws for huge military spending to gigantic military spending, no, sizable military spending. It's gonna be a big difference, 105 billion.
A Massachusetts woman is fighting to keep a rescued beaver as a pet.
Anyway, all I can do is to move on. So we are still at war with Zambia. And these guys, Al-Sharia, which I'm not sure what exactly they are.
I heard nothing.
Where are they?
A few days ago. I heard nothing. And now it's, we gotta release it.
Worried Nibby would not survive on her own, Jane and
India
her
is trying to
supporters have reached out to state representatives
They must be
to stop
somewhere
it from
here.
happening. The state has put the plan on hold, much to the relief of Jane,
Or
but work is still underway.
Maybe it's just prescribed,
Still ahead on
pre-written, whatever, that they're not going to fail.
Because of Asheville, North Carolina,
have to
after
keep
the city
advancing.
was
So we're making minus
by Hurricane
48.
Helene.
The end of
And
the
here's
week
Chanel
has to
Jones
fail out.
with a preview
No.
of what else is coming up.
So yeah, things looking very
This
bad
morning on
right
the third
now.
hour of today, Georgia Maya
It is also
has been
possible
live
that
in
we have a
Studio
big
1A.
military,
Plus,
although we
Joy
don't have
Power
that
is
big
sharing
military. I mean,
super
the Russians are
hacks
having
for
more
breakfast,
units than we
lunch,
have,
and dinner, and the best
which is
new
not a
movies
big
and
deal.
shows in our entertainment roundup. That's all this morning
Now
on
we
the
have a
third
fleet
hour of today.
that I am going to
Thanks
send.
for being with us. I'm Francis Rivera.
Because we're not gonna keep like all fleets here. I could send it to Yemen. Yeah, let's just send it
Breaking
to
overnight, U.S. ports reopen, easing economic anxieties. Details on the deal that got striking dock workers back
in
on
Ghana.
the
Second, we
job.
can also upgrade this Emerald so that we should be a silent hunter and a loading grill master and a missile expert. It's gonna have a few bonuses. I'd also like to upgrade our military, because this is gonna cost us, of course, even more money. For example, the infantry tank division we could upgrade.
Another speed bump for the
Oh, but
Cybertruck.
don't have
Tesla
any
recalling
army
its new
experience.
pickup for the
Well,
fifth
I cannot
time
do
this
that.
year, leaving some
Division
wondering
designer,
why
and we
they're
could
still on the
design
road.
from the
And a
troops that
miracle for the
from
Mets,
the
the ninth inning
puppet
homer
state that we
that
have,
sent
such as
Brewers
Yemen,
packing
Bahamas, but
as
this time
playoff
is
baseball heats up. It's Friday, October 4th. Early today starts right now.
experience is kept at 1,000.
Good morning. Thanks for being with me. I'm Francis Rivera. We begin with breaking news.
Yeah, we got
Dock
the
workers
striker.
along the east and Gulf Coast are headed back to work after reaching a tentative agreement on wages. The U.S. Maritime Alliance and the International Longshoremen's Association
Oh, let's go with this
announcing
type
the two sides
cruiser.
agreed to end the work stoppage until January 15th. Sources tell CNBC the deal would raise wages 61.5% over 6
Cruiser
years,
Hull
while
294.
automation
I think
talks
this
are
is good,
still
and
underway.
I think
Ports from Maine to
we should
Texas
also
have been shut
replace
since Monday night,
an
raising
obsolete
fears of supply
design
chain
here.
issues. President Biden Thursday praised both sides for getting a tentative deal done that reopens the ports.
There are many types of light
Another
tanks.
election day just over a month
LED.
away, and the final sprint is on.
The
Former
M3
President
Bradley,
Trump
I
is
think,
going
would be
to
the best.
Georgia to tour the devastation left by
What?
Hurricane Helene, while Vice President Harris is heading to battleground Michigan, a day after taking the stage with a prominent Republican. NBC's Alice Barr is in D.C. with the latest from the trail. And Alice, good morning. This was a site that would have seemed
Was this an
impossible just a few
APC?
years ago.
Another sign of how
because they're all
unusual
light
this
tint.
campaign season is, Francis, the daughter of former Republican Vice President Dick Cheney took the stage with the current VP. Liz Cheney backed Harris at an event in Ripon, Wisconsin, commonly known as the birthplace of the Republican Party. The former congresswoman made a spirited appeal to GOP and independent voters, calling former President Trump, quote, a threat unlike we have ever faced before.
Above all else, I know
Yeah,
that
we're having even
most
more depth.
conservative
It's just
of
terrible.
conservative values
There is no
is
protest,
fidelity
but
to our
there is
Constitution.
a big
I
gap.
tell you, I have
Early
never
green
voted
energy
for a
investment
Democrat.
completed.
But
Effects
this
at
year,
Treasury minus
I am
12.
proudly casting my vote
Maybe
for Vice
whatever. I
President
shouldn't have done this.
Kamala Harris.
Cheney voted to impeach
Honestly,
former
I don't know
President
where
Trump in
exactly was I
2021 in the
with
wake of the January
research.
6th Capitol attack,
Let's
and
just
her
check and
speech
see.
came on the heels of a new filing by Special
State
Counsel
visit,
Jack
state
Smith,
visit. So there's nothing
arguing
else
that
I
the
can
former
do.
president
The
should
Arab
not be
Spring.
immune
Well,
from
this has to
prosecution
happen.
for his
The
efforts.
Syrian army exists. And state visit to these nations is not going to happen again, as far as I can see. Oh man, so this one actually disappeared. It was here, Democratic victory, Clintonism and so, and just disappeared. Well, if it disappeared, there's also nothing I can do, but no new things are appearing. Urbanization 2, more building slots, but more costs. Right, I'm just gonna go here with Republican victory 2004, military contracts, American Treasury minus 30 billion, economic deregulation. Now this would be important because I really gonna need some bonuses here. We're just losing a lot of money right now. And let's see, when exactly can I possibly change this law? In 161 days. Yeah, who cares? Backdoor access has been achieved. Okay, which means that we can use this against them. We still got one guy that is being captured in Russia. I'd like to send even more guy in Russia. Let's send this dude here to put up a quiet Intel network. But not in Moscow. I go in. Oh shit, I can't. Then let's build the network. Not a suitable state to start the mission. Why do I have to do it only here? And why exactly can I just not build something in Russia? I don't understand. Ah, in Minsk. No, here as well. But not exactly what I wanted to, or what I wanted to. And if I'm gonna go to Grozny, it's also not gonna help. To Astrakhan is also not gonna help because Russia is very well defended, I guess that's why. Minsk, there is no need to. How about a quiet Intel network? This is also not possible. And in Grozny, this is Chechnya, this is not Russia. If I'm gonna do that, and what about here? Let's just start it in there. That's alright with me. And I'm just gonna send another one. Perhaps closer to Moscow. In Saransk. No, actually in Kazan. Right. That's good. Let's go on then. So they're already there. In Dominica, the Philippines. Let's see how we're doing here, because I think that I'm also trying to influence Philippines. It's right here on the black. Got 30%. Could manipulate politics. It's gonna cost us more. What's gonna cost us? Our political power, and here the same. 50 political power. Yeah, it's important because you could achieve again the Philippines as a puppet state. And there was also some tiny states that I would like to puppet as well. However, I don't know exactly where they were. 49, and there was another one. Ah, this one here is 43. I could influence them even more, and here too, we also got the radar station. But as I said, most importantly is to influence the Philippines. And we have taken another loan. Doing it very bad. She will be back. Agent captured. We must start a rescue operative. He was captured in Russia. This one has been completed. So basically we're spying only on Russia, but Russia seems to be more powerful than we are, to have better agents and so on. Comes in wind blades. Yes, it's over. Alright, I understand that.
Even more unusual, however, was the fact that she campaigned with former high-ranking Republican Representative Liz Cheney. In endorsing Harris, Cheney made it clear that her vote is a rebuke of the former president and his actions on January 6, 2021.
Donald Trump was willing to sacrifice our capital to allow law enforcement officers to be beaten and brutalized in his name, and to violate the law and the Constitution in order to
So
seize
we cannot
power for
research
himself.
anything around here. I'm just
I don't
checking
care
around.
if you are a Democrat or a Republican or an independent. That is depravity, and we must never become numb to it.
She and her father, Dick Cheney, who
Oh,
was
300
vice president
days.
under George W.
Cyber
Bush,
Special Forces,
are both
Special
staunch
Forces
conservatives.
Organization.
Nonetheless, Liz Cheney's
Drone
critique of Donald
2015
Trump
and
effectively
improved
exiled her from her
tactical
own
vest.
party in 2022, leading to her losing the Republican primary for her congressional seat. Cheney's comments
2,683
could help
days,
Harris
of course
as
not.
she tries to
But
court
Cyber
Republican and
Special
centrist
Forces
voters
seems to be
who
okay with
dislike
me, so I'm
Trump's
just gonna do it,
comportment
get
in
rid
office.
We must hold sacred
which is good. So let's go on then.
America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power.
So I would also like
If you
to
share that view,
increase
no matter your political party, there is
increase
a
our
place
military.
for you with us and
We've
in
got
this
plenty of
campaign.
equipment out there.
Harris and Trump have been touring Rust Belt states critical to the race:
Actually wanted to do this
Pennsylvania,
in the beginning,
Wisconsin,
and I
and
think,
Michigan.
oh, but we
Trump
don't
won
have
them in
enough
2016,
army
and Joe
experience,
Biden
so we
took
cannot
them
do
from
this
him
right
in
now. I wanted to do this
2020.
before, but it's not working.
Well, ports along America's east and Gulf Coast are reopening after a strike that began on Tuesday. A major union
Exactly, I
for the
was
dock
going to
workers and the
recapture
United
this.
States Maritime Alliance agreed on a tentative deal. The strike had threatened the U.S. supply of fruits,
Doesn't really
vehicles,
say
and
that
more.
I can
Dock workers across the eastern United
capture
States
this, which
on
will be
Thursday
killed.
celebrated the news that this
Must
week's
be a
strike
bug
was
or
ending
something.
quickly.
I'm happy for them so they can get back to work and take care of their families. I mean, they've been out here for 3 days around the clock, so this is a good thing for everybody. It's a good thing for the state, the port, and all the members here and all their
Grant
families.
Yemen bailout.
The
I can't.
International Longshoremen's Association launched their first walkout since 1977 after negotiations stalled over union demands
Pervade
for
all
significant wage increases and protection against
Right,
automation-related
I think
job
we can
loss.
also
The
influence
strike involved
Kuwait.
45,000 workers
Let's
and
see.
paralyzed ports from Maine to Texas. At least 45
Yeah, they
container
got more from
vessels
Saudi
unable
Arabia. I
to
think we're
unload
far away from
were anchored outside
influencing
the
them
ports
right
by
now. Or
Wednesday,
dependency.
up from just 3
We
before
cannot
the
do this
strike
right now.
began.
But we've got this tiny
Analysts
airbase here,
cautioned that
which
a
is
long
actually cool.
strike could pose a major economic headwind, leading to shortages and raising prices at a time when inflation has been moderating. Under the tentative agreement, dock workers will receive a 62% salary increase over 6 years. The union and the United States Maritime Alliance have agreed to
Well, we're
extend
making
the
minus
existing
49.
contract until January 15th, while they negotiate other outstanding issues.
Radicalization is by 5.
Staying in the U.S. in a search for victims
United
of
States
Hurricane Helen
manpower
has
minus
dragged
10,
into a
football minus
second
100.
week. At least 215 people were killed by the storm, making it the deadliest to hit the U.S. mainland since Hurricane Katrina in 2000.
Remain calm and work hard.
These
Rise
images
public
from North
tension.
Carolina, roughly half the victims
American economic
were
policy.
from that state. Dozens of others, though, from nearby
Anti-big
South
business
Carolina
movement.
and Georgia. The death toll expected
just
to rise, though.
a
Scores,
random.
possibly hundreds of people are still
This is just a
unaccounted
random
for.
event, I
In
guess.
this North Carolina town, devastating scenes of fallen
Not gonna
roofs
have
and
even
destroyed
more
cars
problems with money,
after
I
Storm
guess.
Helen raged
Minus
through the state a
52,
week ago, leaving the streets and houses
Yeah,
blanketed
the
in
depth
mud
is
and debris.
extraordinarily high.
Local volunteers go from home to home, clearing out the muck with spades and throwing out damaged furniture.
It's just unbelievable that it came through here.
So
this
could
quick,
decrease the
and
healthcare
so many
spending,
people lost
education
everything,
spending,
probably
and defense
hardly
spending.
anyone had flood insurance because it never flooded.
So
The
that the
storm broke
product
road
is not gonna
pipes and
increase.
electricity lines, leaving residents with no power nor water. But communities like this one are mobilizing,
mean less
each
population,
resident
less
pulling their weight
stability.
to help find basic necessities like food. Whilst rescue teams continue to search through more remote mountain areas where many residents remain unaccounted for,
Although if we're gonna
with a
do
growing
sizable
concern that the
spending
death
in
toll will
121
continue to
days, it
rise.
should be better.
People are here
Well,
alone.
is
They
okay.
are,
We got
don't have
economic
any
boom
friends or
anyway.
relatives nearby, and we're the volunteers here helping them.
Even private helicopter companies have joined the efforts to send aid to people stranded
So
in
defense,
isolated areas.
education, and
President
healthcare.
Biden made a second trip to the states of Florida and Georgia to survey the damage.
This direct assistance is now being delivered. It's being delivered now directly, with more to come. But folks,
Yeah, we're gonna do this.
entire project
Healthcare
cost
as well.
billions of dollars, not tens of thousands, not millions, not a billion, billions of dollars, because it comes through. It goes through
Okay,
so
and
many
then the
states.
army, of course, because we
At
got a
least
big army, and
200
we can
people
just
have
do
been
this.
killed across the southeast states as a result of the Category 4 hurricane,
Unfortunately, we
which
don't have
officials
any
say is the second deadliest to hit the
money
US since Hurricane
spare
Katrina in
technologies.
2005.
Here in
That is,
France,
of
a
course, a
popular
big
actor,
problem. If you
Michel
would have
Blanc,
that, that would
has
have been
passed
much
away
easier.
at the age of 72. He
But we
died
don't have.
overnight in hospital after reported heart trouble. Blanc was a major comedy figure, beloved for much of his work, but
Bomber
without
aircraft.
question, his most famous role came from the Les Bronzés film franchise, portraying Jean-Claude Duss, an
700
endearing
days.
loser, stumbling his way through seduction and romance.
573 days, but here
That's it
seems
for
that
the
we can
news.
observe something. Let's go on with high density isolation. Multiplier. And I think we got enough power. We could expand laboratories, only that it's going to cost us a lot of GDP.
Now we meet director Chris Sanders and discuss his film
Minus
The
60
Wild
billion.
Robot. That's coming up in our culture show.
Spending increased by 24%. Well, I cannot do that right now, I have to be honest. Anyway, we got new infantry brigades, that is cool. Infantry and tank brigades.
He's the talent behind Lilo and Stitch,
And that was it.
How to Train Your Dragon, and The
And I
Cruise.
don't think that we're
Director Chris
recruiting too
Sanders
much
made the
stuff now,
jump
just
from
a few
Disney to
divisions, just two
DreamWorks,
more armed
having
divisions, they'll be
designed
all
some of the most
submarines,
beloved
force,
children's
and infantry
characters of
brigades.
recent years.
They'll be all,
Aladdin,
after that I
Beauty and
can
the
try
Beast,
to
and The
upgrade
Lion
them. I
King.
can already
His latest
upgrade
feature, The Wild Robot, sees artificial intelligence pitted against the innate intelligence of
Mechanized
flora
marine
and
infantry,
fauna,
this is
with
good.
some very comical results.
Armor marine infantry will be even better.
Swimming's
So let's say
easy.
this.
I can teach him the way my mom taught me. Swim!
And we got air assault division.
Chris Sanders, hello.
We could train. Oh, we
Now,
could also
The
train
Wild
the special
Robot is a
forces group,
story,
but
I
not this
suppose, of
mercenary.
survival, and we
We
have
just
two
train these
models
guys here.
of how to do that. We have Roz, who's programmed for any eventuality, and the animals, who have a different approach.
Yeah.
What do they
You
have
say
to learn
5
from
of
each
them.
other?
One of the things that really
It's
interested
only
me in
2,000
this
of them. We
particular
can also
story
upgrade
was
them.
the way that Roz's programming is in conflict with the place that she's at, and the animals around her she sees as having their own particular programming. Roz is a helper robot, and she is
They mechanize this
relentlessly
company as well.
kind. But she's
And
landed
that's
in a
special
place quite by
forces group,
accident
but also
that
like
is all about
upgrade
survival.
well with
So
another
the
special
animals around
forces
her are focused on, they're very selfish,
operation
and they have to be,
and
because if they're not, they may not survive to see another
cover
day.
combat
So it's that, I think,
support.
conflict that is, I think, one of the energy
gonna cost
sources
10.
of
Let's go.
this story.
Rose becomes
Now
a
we should
surrogate
have
mother
more
for baby
equipment, of
gosling
course.
Brightbill. Her
We're
mission
gonna have
is to teach him
5
to survive alone and
and a lot of
eventually
marines. So
fly
I
to
think this
warmer
is looking
climes,
good right now. I just don't
leaving
want to
her
outbreak
with an
too much
empty
because
nest.
it's going to be very costly, especially when we're going to increase the military spending. And of course, I don't want to do that just now. Just as we speak, we are anyway losing a lot of money, and this is absolutely terrible. I was just trying to make the situation better. We're still spending a lot on defense. That is the real problem right now. Spending actually a lot. We're gonna have to address this economic deregulation.
Rose is a fantastic character. She's
That's
voiced
good.
by
Now
Lupita
we're gonna
Nyong'o.
go on with
Casting the
military.
actors in an animated feature can be really
New mechanized
decisive for
transport
its
is gonna give us a
success.
little bit
What were
of
the
bonus.
qualities in Lupita's voice
And we
that
got more
made her
money.
the
I
right
thought we're gonna
fit?
have less
The quality of her voice was the first thing that I noticed.
counterintelligence.
I knew that she was an amazing actor, but the thing that was really, I think, incredible was
Machine
that when
learning,
she
American
came into
Treasury,
this process,
minus 30
she
billion
really
cybersecurity
did
level.
partner with all of us, and she really took the lead in crafting Roz as a character.
Diplomatic training.
Because Roz the robot has a very particular way of looking at the world, and she has her
And
a particular
unfortunately-
architecture in the way that she thinks.
Well, I'm not sure what
And,
exactly would happen.
It was absolutely fascinating to
She
watch
was actually
Lupita
being caught.
dissect Roz and really begin to understand how she
But all
worked,
capture
so
cycle.
that she could craft not
Give
only
in
her
to
performance,
those
but
corporates.
even the voice of Roz,
Yeah, let's do
which is different in the beginning and evolves through the film.
Hello, I am Rosm7134. I will register that as a 10.
They
And
might
there's
be
nothing
caught, of course.
electronic
They
that we're
don't say
doing
that
all of
it's a
that is
risky
Lupita
situation.
changing the way her voice sounds.
Brightbill is where he
army.
belongs.
Also excellent chances.
And now you can return to your solitary life of struggling to survive on an island where
Demolition
everything wants to kill and eat you.
Well groomed.
Now, Roz uses AI,
Unfortunately,
acquired
mission
data
diplomatic
sets, I
pressure.
suppose, to solve problems.
I think some of
But
them
we do
might
see that being a
actually be
parent
caught.
involves some moments of improvisation.
But
I
it
believe
doesn't
you're a
matter.
parent yourself.
Okay, there's-
Was your parenting guided more by the science or improv?
I think it's way more improv than I could have even imagined. I think that's the really good thing about the
Excuse me.
story. It's at the core of Peter Brown's book, is the idea that Roz
Paid
doesn't have the
farm
programming to
subsidized
do this
minus
thing,
22 million.
but at
Cannot
the same
afford
time,
to lose
she
this
is
money right
driven
now.
to complete any task that she's
American
given.
economy, let's
So
expand
that's the
the
conflict
steel
that's
factories,
going on,
bauxite,
and that's
and
the reason that she immediately
metal,
goes off script
current
and begins
62,
to improvise
car 4, I
and
think
make things
situation
up,
is
which is of great concern to the company
balanced.
that
You
made
don't have
her.
to do
So when they
anything
finally
else.
locate her, that's, I think, the main reason they want to get her back, because they want to try to understand
Emergency outlook.
what exactly happened
Emerging
on this island.
propaganda, discourage campaign for
Sometimes
low government
to
spending, American reports, reduce
We
autonomy
must
in
become
Bahamas and
more than we
everywhere
were
else.
programmed to be.
Let's reduce it.
The story's set on an island, and we
Belize
become
as
aware
well.
that the ecosystem there
The
is
nuclear
under
sharing
threat.
group.
Now, the climate crisis is the great issue of our time, but when it comes to conveying that to perhaps very small children watching
maybe
this
not.
movie, what sort of
Offer a
approach did you want to
ceasefire
take?
to this
When we talked to
solid
Peter Brown
peace.
about
To
exactly
offer a
when does
ceasefire
this story
here.
take place, he
Less than
left
51
it
war support.
purposely vague.
Zambia
It's just
more than
sometime in the future.
49
and one of the
surrender
things that we had
progress.
to deal with is, again, a feature of the story is that humans aren't really very present. So it was very important to us that we show people that this is planet Earth,
Offer a
even though
ceasefire.
people aren't seen very much. So we
Gets
did that by
advances far
putting
from
in
the United
iconic
States. Maybe I can
things
offer that
in,
change
especially
flag,
the
you know,
migration sequence, as the
ICBM
geese
production.
are
Yeah, we are
flying.
producing some stuff. I
For
guess that's
example, we
why
have
it was
the
going
Golden
to be
Gate
a little
Bridge,
bit
but
more
now it's a
money.
bit more underwater, and there's actually whales like swimming over the roadbed.
And we got
So
almost
that was just our way
10,000
of
billion.
just letting people know this is sometime in the future. Things have shifted. We don't really examine
10,000
exactly
billion.
what has gone on, but the other indication is that people
Debt.
have moved away
Timor
from certain
to
spots.
war
and they've
by
isolated
Jingo. But where
themselves
is
in these
Timor? How can I
mega
find
cities.
Timor? I
Super
think it must be around
modern,
here.
really like Sid Mead inspired places.
Solomon.
And animals are now more isolated and in these
Vanuatu,
almost
no,
like wildlife zones that
Solomon
seem
Islands.
to be places where people don't go anymore.
Ah, this is where they are here. That would be good to have a base here as well. War and let's declare war.
You've created many successful films for DreamWorks Animation Studios, but
There's
before
about
that, your
-5
last
by
project
Nintendo
at
is
Disney was
delicious,
Lilo and
actually.
Stitch,
I
your
don't
own very
care.
original story, your
Right,
unique
and now
creation.
we're just gonna have
Do you think that pushed Disney in a new direction?
That is a very unusual movie.
And
It was a movie that was an original I pitched, and when Tom Schumacher, the head of feature animation, the president of feature animation,
we have this one
he read the pitch, and we sat down and he said, "I'm going to make this movie on one condition, that it looked like
Invasion Order.
So it was based on my style as well, and then on top of that, I ended up like actually doing the voice of the main character, and there were various reasons for
so we
that.
should take them immediately, and I can also have to address
I think it
fleet.
still stands out as an unusually individual and personal film.
Only position in Hawaii. Reach, no, we're just gonna have to send them to the sign. Just a sign.
People sometimes speak about the rivalry between those two studios, Disney and DreamWorks. How do you think that has affected that spirit of competition, let's say, that's affected the landscape of animation today, what's being produced?
You know, we all drift between studios, so we're all the same people. I think that every studio has its own particular personality, and I've worked at Disney, and I've also worked at DreamWorks, so I think it's fun, their own particular personalities. One of the things I like about DreamWorks is that it's a very experimental place. It's one of the reasons that we created the style we did for this particular movie. The Wild Robot has a breakthrough technologically that allowed us to actually go back in time and hand paint every single surface.
Yeah, they don't really need to do that.
So in an interesting
Whatever,
way,
I'm gonna
it's a
send
more
another one
handmade film
to Sign
than
Region.
any I've worked on since Lilo and Stitch.
California.
Even the characters, which are fully rigged underneath, they're completely surfaced by hand-painted feathers and fur, etc.
That's actually all right. So we're going to prepare to invade East Timor.
How to Train Your Dragon was a phenomenal success at the box office. The whole franchise was extremely successful, and it was also adapted from children's literature like The Wild Robot. You decided to make an interesting change in the human-dragon dynamic. Why was that important to you?
Many others would like to join.
The things I took away from that particular project, every time I make a movie, I learn. And one of the things I learned about How to Train Your Dragon, which was an adaptation, is that it's okay to look at just the structure underneath the story before you get distracted with all the arguably more fun things, you know, writing the characters and writing the scenes. And so there was a particular shift that we made to get the story up on screen successfully. And that was the relationship between the dragons and the Vikings had to be, I would say, clarified, that they were at war with dragons, and Toothless in particular. The Toothless in the story is a lot smaller in the book, and for the screen we had to enlarge that dragon and really design a brand new dragon that would represent the most frightening dragon that they encounter. So he flies only at night. He doesn't show up all the time, but when he does, there's really no defense against him.
Now let's go on
and that really served me well in The Wild Robot, because that's also an adaptation. So I quickly identified things that I needed to trim back to make room for the main story to really expand fully emotionally.
Let's change this right now.
No.
Still 73 days left. Which is better than nothing.
Now you're at the
Poland has
helm
also
of
joined war. We're
films
just going to
that
wait
become
for this
family
youth. Let's just
favorites.
prepare him.
Children often watch them hundreds of times, remember them very clearly years later. It's a big responsibility. Do you remember the first animation you saw that really left its message or its values with you?
I'm going to go with electromotive trains in 1 year.
Jungle Book is maybe the first movie that
Although
I
I
saw
think
as
that
a
power
kid in a theater. That made a huge impression on me.
Right.
But it was actually one night I was watching The Wonderful World of Disney, and there's I think it's one of their more unusual films. It's called Saludos Amigos, and within that movie there's a 3-minute or so sequence, and it's the Three Caballeros, and I believe Ward Kimball pretty much animated that sequence all on his own, and that really hit me hard when I saw that. It was just on TV, but the freedom and the fun and just the pure joy of that sequence, that is the first thing that really made me think I'd like to do this maybe for a living.
Okay, inspiring. Chris Sanders, thank you so much for your time.
Energy net balance, I think we have it there.
It is more dangerous for him than
right, so we don't have too many factories, just building up more military factories, but generally speaking, like I said before, generally speaking, we don't really have too many factories out there. Oh, I see another possible invasion. These are the French. Oh, these are just ships, right? So we got the Osprey coming in. is great.
The Fergana Valley is a green oasis in the middle of the arid steppes of Central Asia. On the border between Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, the control of water
We're just
reservoirs
researching
and rivers
everything.
has
There is
become a
nothing else we
crucial
can research
battle.
there.
Normally, the protection of water sources does not fall within our remit, but we do it all the same. Because
500,
borders are poorly
500. It's gonna
demarcated,
take
conflicts can
500
arise.
days. I don't want to get into this right now.
It's a real threat
900 days, 1000. There's not much to research at this scale. That is
and we
true.
had less water. Our ancestors always shared
Requires
this land
other
and its water
HEMARs.
with their neighbors. But now there are more and more conflicts.
Between water
Made
scarcity and armed
599
conflict, the
days.
Fergana Valley's future seems uncertain. Don't miss Reporters on
1000
France
days.
24 and
Maybe this carrier whole
France24.com.
2005 will be good to research, I guess. 1000, 1800. $700 days Raptor. Maybe that will also be cool. But I'd rather go with the technologies that's gonna take 500 days, such as this one, than above 1000 days. 4G is also good. Education cost multiplier -5%, monthly productivity growth. But this one is also good. Monthly productivity growth 0.1% and factory output and research speed. So let's go on with this. It's just going to take indeed a lot. But I got nothing else to do but to move forward. As well as in here. Let's go on with the bunk busters. It's going to increase the attack of our forces, and we're gonna take a look here. We got it. Land doctrine bunk busters. Fort Urban for light tank battalion only. Yeah, I thought it's going to be better. United States very Cindio. Wall Street strength is gonna go, but economic regulations is going to take. Let's do this. See if this is gonna have any effect on our. Oh yes, it has a huge effect actually. Australia attacks are influencing Micronesia, and Korea attacks are influencing Philippines. Well, that is bad, but we suddenly have less losses,
Mark
which is great.
talks
Now,
one-on-one to
we
a
can
personality
change
at the
this.
heart
It's
of
gonna
the
need
news.
61 days.
And of course, we will continue to closely monitor Russia and what they do.
We are a people
What exactly
who want
can
to
we
be
now
free,
change?
who
The
want to
Black
have a
Hawk
democracy,
transport
and who want
helicopter
justice.
with the Osprey
There are still these responsibilities of
2005.
that are kept.
Great. So, I mean, put them
Hear the
Technology
views that
for
matter
available
in
technology.
tete-a-tete every
And
week
here comes the
on
Marines.
24 and
They
France24.com.
should already be, no, they are not ready, but there are some divisions that are moving.
Welcome back to Paris Direct. These
No,
are
now
the
they are ready to
headlines.
attack.
Israeli airstrikes pound Lebanon once again, hitting the southern suburb of the capital, Beirut, and targeting Hashem Safieddine, a possible new leader of Hezbollah. Strikes
Cannot
also
retreat
cutting
while
off
attacking.
the main road to Syria, which hundreds of thousands of people have used to flee the fighting.
And force attack the
Iran's
same.
foreign minister
So I
arrived in
would
Beirut
like
earlier.
to go that.
Meanwhile,
We
the
could go
country's
on with
supreme
landing
leader
speed,
leading Friday prayers. Ali
abilities,
Khamenei
costs,
says
whatever.
Muslim
No,
nations
let's just
have a
launch the
common
attack because I think we
enemy.
can.
It is his first
And this is
public
gonna
summit in
take
almost
Timor
5 years, and the first
and
since
transform
Israel
it into a puppet
launched
as well.
a wave of attacks on the Iranian-backed militia Hezbollah. We'll get an update from Tehran.
Of course, Timor is also very poor, but I
And the
think
US
that
port
having
strike
another
ends. Facilities reopening Thursday
base
evening
right
along
here
the
is
east
going to
and
be
Gulf
absolutely
Coast after a
great.
deal was reached to settle the industry's biggest work
They are
stoppage
done.
in nearly half a century.
Very fast.
Despite the agreement, clearing the cargo backlog
Puppet
will take
Timor.
time.
Sign a white beast, but now they. What? I didn't puppet them. Non-aggression pact
Iran's
with
foreign minister
Zambia.
arrived in Lebanon to meet
I
the
didn't
Prime
manage
Minister and
I
the
didn't
Speaker
manage
of
to
Parliament. The plane
puppet
landing
them.
just
It's
hours
unbelievable.
after
I think it's going to
Israeli
be
airstrikes
annexed by
hit outside the
Indonesia.
facility's perimeter. Huge explosions
There was a
rocking
big-
Lebanese capital's southern suburb overnight.
Big waste.
Israeli fighter jets pounding the densely populated neighborhood. What has been described as the most violent attack by Israel so far on Beirut.
What are these
Israeli
guys
media
doing?
reported that the target was Hashem Safieddine, a possible successor to slain Hezbollah leader Hassan
Go back
Nasrallah.
to Guam.
Meanwhile, the main international road linking Lebanon and Syria has been cut off after an Israeli airstrike. No casualties have been reported. Israel claimed that Hezbollah had been using the road to bring weapons across the border from Syria. Over the past 10 days, hundreds of thousands of people, mostly Syrian, have been using the road to flee the fighting in Lebanon. The road linking up to the main humanitarian crossing between the two countries. Well, earlier I spoke to our Beirut
correspondent. Let's see how much
fuel
about
the latest strikes. Right. Here's what he had to say.
So overnight we've seen a massive wave of Israeli bombardments primarily on Beirut's southern suburbs. One of those airstrikes included the use of bunker busters, similar to the ones used in
There's some guys that got experience as well.
Secretary General of Hezbollah Hassan Nasrallah. We still don't have any confirmation on the Lebanese side or from Hezbollah on who was the target of that assassination. However, shortly after the airstrike, Israeli media reported
special
the
forces,
target of
but
the
they're not actually. They don't have any special forces.
The
Oh, actually, they might have some special forces out there, because we are also recruiting the special forces group, and we can recruit even more. 1 out of 5.
Statements. We've
also
also
doesn't take
seen the Israeli army radio reporting that
brigades,
what was
we got
targeted
10
was
more
the headquarters of Hezbollah's
also not big at all. I think they are very poor.
services, and they are checking who was
I'd like to put a new battalion group, but unfortunately don't have enough army experience to do so just now.
Underground facility. So it's not clear who was assassinated and whether the potential assassination of the potential successor of Hassan Nasrallah Hashim Safiuddin was confirmed or not yet.
Yeah, Rawat, tell us more about the strikes on Lebanon's border as well.
So we've seen a lot of clashes between Hezbollah and Israeli
because this
forces
is
over the
increasing
past
a Navy experience too.
hours.
Now, I would like
alongside the entire border between Lebanon and Israel. It seems that Hezbollah is still holding its ground in certain areas. While it's not clear to what extent the Israelis have been able to penetrate Lebanese territories just yet.
Good.
However,
the near western states, so we have another upgrade.
The border between southern Lebanon
Salt
and northern
Lake,
Israel.
American treasure minus 40 billion, but it's going to give us more resources. Minus 60 billion. So these are investments that I wouldn't really like to make, but I will make, because there is no any other way. We also go on with
if the invasion was successful.
Meanwhile, Israel carried out
more
its deadliest strike in the occupied West Bank since the war in Gaza began nearly 1 year ago. The Palestinian Health Ministry said 18 people were killed on Thursday after the strike hit the Tulkarem refugee camp. The city is a militant stronghold in the northern West Bank. Israel's army said its strike killed the Hamas leader in Tulkarem. Hamas condemning the strike, but did not confirm if any of its members were killed. In 3 days, it'll be the 1-year anniversary of the war in Gaza. Iran's supreme leader led Friday prayers for the first time in nearly 5 years. It was also the first since Israel launched massive attacks on Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed militia based in Lebanon. The sermon being closely watched abroad to get a shed of light on how Iran might
got only these guys that are standing by.
Speech, Khamenei praised Iran's massive attack on Israel on Tuesday. Take a listen.
Yeah, they must be right.
The brilliant operation led by our armed forces the past 2 and 3 nights was entirely legal and legitimate.
Well, for more, we can speak to our correspondent in Tehran, Saeed Azimi. Hello to you, Saeed. The Supreme Leader appearing very defiant throughout the sermon this Friday. Tell us a bit about what he said.
We can decipher another diplomat.
Yes, he was very defiant, as you said, very strong tone, gave the 1980s vibe. He was trying to mobilize the nation, and more on that, he touched on the issue of the Islamic community. He wanted to try and mobilize the Islamic community. He said we should strap on the belt of defense, addressing the Muslims from Afghanistan to Yemen, from Iran to Gaza against one common enemy.
All right, let's go on then.
Israel. He said that Iran will strike Israel if
and now
needed.
we have even less price reduction. This is a little bit optimistic.
And will do what is
now,
sensible.
Let's see if
he then dedicated like 1/4 of his second sermon to pay a tribute to
28 days left.
Hezbollah. And he basically said that Israel will not be able to defeat Hamas or Hezbollah, and it is the resistance that will prevail. And he also said that the resistance of the Hamas fighters Hamas troops in Gaza has set back Israel 70 years.
Yeah, now, we have heard from Lebanese officials last week saying the only option out of this conflict was a diplomatic one. Iran's foreign minister arrived in Beirut this Friday. The supreme leader saying to strap on the belt of defense, as you were saying. So what is today's meeting in Beirut going to be about?
The proper artillery with a paladin.
Today's meeting in Beirut
looks like
is
a
mostly
tank.
about reassuring Lebanon that
Maybe
it has full diplomatic support from Iran. Iran's
and we've got a lot of small arms. In fact, we've got so many small arms so that we should just decrease the production a lot because we don't really need that many small arms. Might be needing something else, not small arms. Just reduce the production a lot. We also got a lot of utility vehicles. We got plenty of CC equipment. We're also not going to need that much.
Indicates that the Iranian foreign minister is not afraid of
and
Israeli
some planes.
And Israeli bombing.
So let's go on.
Shortly after Israel struck
Beirut
last night, there were speculations that the Iranian foreign minister will cancel his trip to Lebanon, but he didn't.
And what exactly was
Said,
she?
Thank you very much, Said Azimi, reporting from Tehran.
Exactly was she captured by Russia? But why cannot just
over 1
capture
month until Election Day in the United States, and an unusual scene on the campaign trail.
Jason
nominee giving a nod to a member of the rival party, and in Wisconsin, the birthplace of the Martin Republican Party. Indeed, Kamala Harris rallied Republican Liz Cheney. The vice president told the crowd that the people of every party must stand together to reject
print money.
Take a look.
Campaigning at the birthplace of the Republican Party, Kamala Harris forewent the usual placards bearing her name,
but we can
instead decorating the stage with the slogan, "Country over Party." Even more unusual, however,
we got it.
was the fact
we just
that she
printed money and
with
we got to
former
do it again
high-ranking Republican Representative Liz Cheney. In endorsing Harris, Cheney made it clear that her vote is a rebuke of the former president and his actions on January 6, 2021.
Better resource gain. In fact, we got such a good resource gain so that we got almost everything.
Officers to be beaten and brutalized in his name and to violate the law and the Constitution in order to seize power for himself. I don't care if you are a Democrat or a Republican or an independent. That is depravity, and we must never become numb to it.
She and her father,
there are many,
Dick Cheney,
however, I cannot
who is
justify
vice
war
president
against
under
no one.
George W. Bush, are both staunch
because they haven't
conservatives.
created
Nonetheless, Liz Cheney's critique of Donald Trump effectively exiled her from her own party in 2022, leading to her losing the Republican primary for her congressional
In fact, we are at
seat.
war with the caliphate, right?
Cheney's comments could help
No,
Harris
these are
as she tries
al-Sharia,
to
this is
court
somebody
Republican
else.
and centrist voters
But how
who
can I
dislike
get
Trump's
to them?
comportment in office.
We must hold sacred
Open diplomacy.
America's fundamental
I want
principles,
to go to them.
from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power. If you share that view, no matter your political party, there is a place
because I don't know where they are, otherwise I think they're just hiding or they are
Harris
with
and Trump
everyone.
have been touring Rust Belt states critical to the race: Pennsylvania,
Exploit
Wisconsin,
bauxite
and
deposit.
Michigan. Trump won them in 2016, and Joe Biden took them from him in 2020.
Reduced autonomy
Ports
in
along
Yemen,
America's east and Gulf
Bahamas,
Coast
and
are reopening
Belize,
after a strike that began on
Nicaragua and
Tuesday.
Iraq.
A major union for the dock workers
Disable
and the United
auto
States
smart
Maritime
report.
Alliance agreed on a tentative deal.
No, this
The
is
strike
actually
had
good.
threatened the U.S. supply of fruits, vehicles, and more.
Pro-Western propaganda campaign, retired
Dock
George
workers
Bush,
across the eastern United States on Thursday celebrated the news that this week's
has
strike was
election.
ending quickly.
I'm happy for them so they can get back to work and take
Exploit
care of their
factories,
families. I mean, they've been out here
expand
for 3
steel,
days around the
bauxite,
clock. So
and the others.
this is a good
Plus
thing for everybody.
regulations.
It's a good thing for the state, the port, and all the members here and all their
But
families.
no, it's not necessary to do
The
that right now.
International Longshoremen's
Department of
Association
Antitrust
launched
Affairs.
their first
Oh, there are
walkout since
stuff here. Why can't I just do it?
1977
Has
after negotiations
automation,
stalled over
progression,
union
and
demands for significant wage increases
the
and
rent
protection
crisis,
against automation-related
the
job
green
loss.
wave debate,
The strike involved 45,000 workers and paralyzed ports
small
from Maine
lobbying
to
effect,
Texas.
American treasury
At
minus
least
46,
45
no.
container vessels unable to unload were anchored outside the
More
ports by
support.
Wednesday,
Having more
up
support is
from
always
just
good.
3
Anyway,
before
let's
the
go on.
strike began. Analysts cautioned that a long
Industrial
strike could
production
pose a
out of
major
fibers.
economic headwind, leading to shortages and raising prices at a time when inflation has been moderating.
days.
Under the tentative agreement, dock workers will receive a 62% salary increase over 6 years. The union and the United States Maritime Alliance have agreed to extend the existing contract until January 15th while they negotiate other outstanding issues.
Staying in the U.S. in the search for victims of Hurricane Helen has dragged into a second week. At least 215 people were killed by the storm, making it the deadliest to hit the U.S. mainland since Hurricane Katrina in 2005. These images from North Carolina, roughly half the victims were from that state. Dozens of others, though, from nearby South Carolina and Georgia. The death toll expected to rise, though. Scores, possibly hundreds of people, are still unaccounted for.
In this North Carolina town, devastating scenes of fallen roofs and destroyed cars.
Yeah, let's go with this
Storm
carrier.
Helen raged through the state a week ago, leaving the streets and houses blanketed in mud and debris. Local volunteers go from home to home, clearing out the muck with spades and throwing out damaged furniture.
It's just unbelievable that it came through here this quick, that so many people lost everything, and probably hardly anyone had flood insurance because it never flooded.
The storm broke road pipes and electricity lines, leaving residents with no power nor water. But communities like this one are mobilizing, each resident pulling their weight to help find basic necessities like food, whilst rescue teams continue to search through more remote mountain areas where many residents remain unaccounted for, with a growing concern that the death toll will continue to rise.
People are here alone, they don't have any friends or relatives nearby, and we're the volunteers here helping them.
Even private helicopter companies have joined the efforts to send aid to people stranded in isolated areas. President Biden made a second trip to the states of Florida and Georgia to survey the damage.
This direct assistance is now being delivered. It's being delivered now directly, with more to come. But folks, this entire project is going to cost billions of dollars. Not tens of thousands, not millions, not a billion, billions of dollars, because it goes through so many states.
At least 200 people have been killed across the southeast states as a result of the Category 4 hurricane, which officials say is the second deadliest to hit the U.S. since Hurricane Katrina in 2005.
Here in France, a popular actor, Michel Blanc, has passed away at the age of 72. He died overnight in hospital after reported heart trouble. Blanc was a major comedy figure, beloved for much of his work, but without question, his most famous role came from the Les Grands A film franchise, portraying Jean-Claude Duss, an endearing loser, stumbling his way through seduction and romance. That's it for the news.
While South Lebanon is being pounded by Israeli strikes, the population flees the smoldering rubble. On the road towards the north of the country, tens of thousands of hastily loaded cars signal a mass exodus. This woman, who drove all night with her family, is in a state of shock.
I don't know what to say. There's nothing to say. Everyone's leaving.
The Israelis are sparing no one. They're criminals. They love blood.
After being stuck in traffic for hours, many engines have overheated. Khalid's minibus broke down.
We can't fix it. It's too short.
We've been here since 4 o'clock in the morning. I can't find a mechanic.
On the bus, many passengers are traumatized by what they have seen.
I saw bombs on the road and charred cars. I feel destroyed inside. It's very hard.
While the driver tries to start the bus, thousands of other vehicles continue their journey towards Beirut. Arriving in the Lebanese capital, many have nowhere to go. Entire families wander the streets with their few belongings. Some sleep on the ground. By the sea, others now live in their cars. Among them is 12-year-old Fatme Aloul with her mother and cousins.
Give them a kiss. Come on. At home, all the glass exploded. We have no more windows.
What did you see?
Every day we hear sonic booms. They're shelling us. Right now, they're bombing.
Just like the children, the adults are in shock.
We've been on the road for 5 days with my kids. We're traumatized. We've escaped death more than 5 times. I've been going from place to place. You can't imagine what I feel. I can't stand on my legs anymore.
In the middle of the chaos, many Syrian refugees have also been forced onto the streets. Roughly 1.5 million Syrians have settled in Lebanon since 2011 to escape the war and brutality of the Bashar al-Assad regime. Once again surrounded by violence, Abed Hammoud is trying to send his family back to Aleppo.
We have nothing. All our clothes stayed there. We only took medicines and important papers. Open the bag, show them.
I brought some bread. And here are the jackets the children were wearing.
Here are the papers.
The children's civil status, my blood pressure medicine. If someone could help us pay the journey, we would like to go back to our country. It's safer than here.
Without any money, the Hammouds hope to find a bus that will take them to the border for free. For 21-year-old Abed, this will mean saying goodbye to all his loved ones.
I'm trying to send my family back, at least my parents, and then I'll stay here. What else can I do? I can't go back to Syria. I'll be drafted by the army and military service will be at least 10 years.
According to the United Nations, more than 300,000 people have left Lebanon for Syria in recent days. For those remaining, the authorities have opened up schools to shelter people. Over the hills of Chamoun, half an hour south of Beirut, this high school has already taken more than 600 people, including 185 children. Headmistress Alia Sayer Abu Sharaf has set up an improvised crisis center.
We have chocolate for the little ones because children love chocolate. Very important, the cleaning products. It'll be a disaster if we don't keep the place clean. People are bringing us all this. Come and see. Here we have medicine, baby formula, diapers, tissues, and of course food and beverages.
The school is trying its best to meet the basic needs of the internally displaced and to occupy the children with games.
Don't forget that these kids just escaped airstrikes, warplanes, destruction. The least we can do is cheer them up. It's psychological support. The situation is very difficult. You know, it's very hard for people to leave their homes. It's heavy psychologically.
Hassan Madi has just arrived with his wife and 4 children.
Tell them how it was, how we struggled, how we went 4 days without food or water.
While Israel claims to only strike military targets and Hezbollah's weapons, Hassan can't erase the sight of his massacred neighbors.
I was part of those who cleaned the bodies of victims yesterday. Civilians. There was a family of 8, and they'd been blown to pieces. I'm sure, absolutely sure they were not hiding anything. I went down to their basement and they had nothing at their place. They were civilians. They were sitting having breakfast. I'm telling you, I can still see them before my eyes. Honestly, the whole world is against us. There's no one to support us.
Like over 1 million people displaced across Lebanon, Hassan fears he will never be able to go back home. And as the conflict escalates even further, he doesn't understand the lack of response from the international community.
Il a un problème qui n'est pas grave, mais qui nécessite des soins pour pouvoir bien récupérer. Et je ne suis pas là pour prendre de risques. Avec l'absence dans cette liste de Kylian et d'Antoine, évidemment, ça laisse de la place, ça se fait pas en claquant des doigts. Chez un groupe, une équipe qui est beaucoup plus jeune, bien évidemment, avec de la qualité, mais qui aura besoin de confirmer, de s'affirmer.
Ahmed Sékou Touré, a leading figure in Guinean independence, left his mark on the country's history, but his legacy remains deeply controversial. Amid national tributes and the memories of a dark past, his regime continues to cause divisions 40 years after his death.
President Sékou Touré's system of governance was one of permanent conspiracy. He had people killed, and everyone knew they were at Camp Boiro.
However, for part of today's generation, Sékou Touré remains a source of inspiration.
He liberated Guinea, I liberated Guinea in rap. That's it. It's telling people that when you fight, you can get what you want.
A legacy of independence and terror. Watch Sékou Touré's Guinea Revisited on France 24. They are so French. We see them as gourmets, the height of elegance. We imagine them as romantic and insolent, or grumpy, with an inimitable accent. But do the French live up to their reputation? Every week, Florence Villeminot takes a look at her compatriots, their culture, their way of life, their traditions, meeting the French who are so French. Watch French Connections, presented by Florence Villeminot on France 24 and France24.com.
Welcome back to Paris Direct. These are the headlines. Israeli airstrikes pound Lebanon once again, hitting the southern suburb of the capital, Beirut, and targeting Hashem Safieddine, a possible new leader of Hezbollah. Strikes also cutting off the major road to Syria, which hundreds of thousands of people have used to flee the fighting. Iran's foreign minister in Beirut, meanwhile, the country's supreme leader, leading Friday prayers. Ali Khamenei says Muslim nations have a common enemy. It is his first public sermon in almost 5 years, and the first since Israel had launched a wave of attacks against the Iranian-backed militia Hezbollah. The U.S. port strike is over. Facilities reopening Thursday evening along the East and Gulf Coast after a deal was reached to settle the industry's biggest work stoppage in nearly half a century. Despite the agreement, clearing the cargo backlog will take time. Iran's foreign minister arrived in Lebanon to meet the prime minister and the speaker of parliament, the plane landing just hours after Israeli airstrikes hit outside the facility's perimeter. Huge explosions rocking the Lebanese capital's southern suburbs overnight. Israeli fighter jets pounding the densely populated neighborhood in what has been described as the most violent attack by Israel so far on Beirut. Israeli media reported that the target was Hashem Safieddine, a possible successor to the slain Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah. Meanwhile, Israel carried out
Smoke was still visible around Beirut airport when this plane landed on the tarmac. This isn't one of the aircraft meant to evacuate people away from the war, but a plane carrying Iran's foreign minister. Hezbollah is Iran's most powerful proxy militia, and Abbas Araghchi, seen here with the Lebanese prime minister, is the first Iranian official to arrive in Lebanon since the escalation of the war 2 weeks ago and this week's Iranian missile attack on Israel. These overnight strikes hit a southern Beirut suburb. Media reports say the potential successor of Hassan Nasrallah was the target. Among other strikes, a key road linking Syria to Lebanon. Seen by Israel as Hezbollah's weapon supply route, for the Lebanese and Syrian civilians, this crossing is the main way to flee the bombings. While Israeli troops infiltrate the southern Lebanese territory to push Hezbollah fighters and their arsenal away from the border, several Israeli soldiers and Hezbollah fighters were killed, and so were Lebanese soldiers.
He went to rescue civilians with the civil defense paramedics and the Red Cross. A drone fired on them and left him a martyr.
While the fighting was ongoing on the ground in Lebanon, Hezbollah continued to fire rockets at Israel, as seen in this footage it has released. The Israeli chief of staff vowed to dismantle Hezbollah infrastructure and arsenal to prevent it from launching ground attacks on Israel from southern Lebanon.
Meanwhile, Israel carried out its deadliest strike in the occupied West Bank since the war in Gaza began nearly 1 year ago. The Palestinian Health Ministry said 18 people were killed Thursday after the strike on the Tulkarem refugee camp. The city is a militant stronghold in the northern West Bank. Israel's army said the strike had killed Hamas's leader in Tulkarem. Hamas condemning the strike, but it did not confirm if any of its members were killed. Joining me on the set is our reporter Claire Paquelin. Hello to you, Claire. Fresh back from Israel, reporting on the fighting for about 10 days there, including you witnessed firsthand Iran's massive missile strike on Israel. Tell us a bit about that.
Sure. It was a bit like seeing shooting stars going through the skies. We actually were in Jerusalem when the attack happened. It was nighttime, so we could see the two bursts really of missiles coming across. Yeah, it looked exactly like that. The images you can see every now and again, that's it. When you see it blowing up, that's when it's getting intercepted by either Israel's air defense system or on that night of Iran's attack, the US supported Israel on intercepting those missiles coming through. Now, just a small number of people were hurt. One person was killed in the occupied West Bank. A Palestinian was killed there. It's worth noting that in the West Bank, people don't have shelters they can get to easily. But overall, given the scale of the attack, thanks to the air defense system which is in place and the warning system as well, there were not large-scale injuries or deaths. The IAF, so the Israel Air Force, says that some of its bases were damaged, but not significantly, that it was mostly maintenance and offices that were damaged, and that they are still operating at full capacity.
How does that warning system work in Israel?
So in Israel, there's an app that you can get on your mobile phone, and it has notifications. You know, you put your notifications on, and you'll get a little notification every time there is a danger of a rocket attack in a certain area. The app will tell you. I think we can see a screenshot of it on our screens now. It's a red app, and when there's a moment where there's an attack happening, the area on the map will show you. So if you're in that area, then obviously you need to get to a air raid shelter, or you need to get to you need to lie down very quickly if you can't get to a shelter quickly. I can show you now the images that you just saw. I think we need to play them again so that you can fully understand. I filmed them in the town of Safed in the north of Israel. It's very vulnerable to rocket attack from Hezbollah. We just stopped the images there because I need to actually show you them properly. I want to show you them and actually commentate them. We were in Safed when there was an air raid went off. We knew that there was an alert. It went on our mobile phones, and you could see at the beginning in the skies Hezbollah rockets being intercepted by the Iron Dome, and of course everyone running to a shelter. So let's play those images again so you can actually see what it was like being in an alert in Safed. There are the rockets in the skies. That's the air raid shelter, everyone running. This was a couple of days before Iran's attack. And that's the inside of the air raid shelter, where you stay for about 10-15 minutes usually until you get the all clear. Now, it's really important to remember that, of course, on the other side of the border in Lebanon, people don't have that kind of a warning system. They don't have shelters easily available for them to get to. Israel has obviously stepped up its bombing campaign in Lebanon in recent weeks. And of course, you're seeing tens of thousands of Lebanese having to flee and several hundred being killed as well. Now, some of those killed will be Hezbollah fighters, but not all of them. And Lebanese civilians are getting killed as well. So there is a big difference in terms of the preparedness on the Israeli side of the border to the Lebanese side.
Yeah, you also spent time in northern Israel. What was it like there? What did people tell you?
Well, it's very quiet up there. The towns and communities that are closest to the border with Lebanon, they were evacuated nearly a year ago when Hezbollah first started launching rockets into Israel on a daily basis. We visited some towns where people are still living, but it's very quiet on the streets. People aren't really going out much. Schools are closed, so kids are doing their lessons from home. And quite a lot of people we spoke to were weighing up whether they wanted to stay or not, because they are living, just like in Safed, they are living with this daily threat of rocket attack coming across the border from Hezbollah. And of course, there was the attack as well in Iran, from Iran on Tuesday night. So some people thinking, is it time to leave? I spoke to a woman in a kibbutz it's called Sa'ar in the north of Israel. And Sa'ar a rocket got through. It wasn't intercepted by the Iron Dome. And she told me, I think I need to leave. Her house was 50 meters away from where the rocket struck. A few people were injured, no one was killed. And I've spoken to her since, and she has now moved away, a bit further away. She's feeling that she needs to be a bit further away from the border. So certainly in the north of Israel, it's an area where people are weighing up whether it's safe to stay or not.
What was it like covering the killing of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah?
Well, that was on the Friday evening. We heard, first of all, about this massive blast in Beirut. Our correspondents, our team were there, and it was really something that shook the city, and huge amounts of smoke. And while we didn't know on the Friday night whether Hassan Nasrallah had been killed or not, clearly, given the scale of the strike, there was a general feeling that's an image there of Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister. That's him in New York just before he spoke to the UN General Assembly. We understand that's a picture of him green-lighting the attack on to targeting Hassan Nasrallah. He did that just before speaking to the UN General Assembly. The attack happened later on in the day, and it was only the next morning, on Saturday morning, that Israel confirmed that it had eliminated, in Israel's words, Hassan Nasrallah, and a few hours later, Hezbollah confirmed it too. I mean, it was a huge piece of news. He has been the leader of Hezbollah for more than 30 years, so it was a really big deal.
All right, Claire, thank you very much. Claire Paquelin, fresh back from reporting in Israel. We've been waiting to see how Iran would respond to this week of escalation. As Claire's been saying, the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei leading Friday prayers for the first time in nearly 5 years, also the first time since Israel launched that massive missile attack on Hezbollah. The sermon being closely watched abroad. During the speech, Khamenei praised Iran's massive missile attack. Take a listen.
The brilliant operation led by our armed forces the past 2 and 3 nights was entirely legal and legitimate.
Just over 1 month from Election Day in the United States, and an unusual scene on the campaign trail. Democratic nominee giving a nod to a member of the rival party in Wisconsin, the birthplace of the modern Republican Party. Indeed, Kamala Harris rallying with Republican Liz Cheney. The vice president told the crowd that the people of any party must stand together to reject Donald Trump. Take a look.
Campaigning at the birthplace of the Republican Party, Kamala Harris forewent the usual placards bearing her name, instead decorating the stage with the slogan, "Country over Party." Even more unusual, however, was the fact that she campaigned with former high-ranking Republican Representative Liz Cheney. In endorsing Harris, Cheney made it clear that her vote is a rebuke of the former president and his actions on January 6, 2021.
Donald Trump was willing to sacrifice our capital to allow law enforcement officers to be beaten and brutalized in his name and to violate the law and the Constitution in order to seize power for himself. I don't care if you are a Democrat or a Republican or an independent. That is depravity, and we must never become numb to it.
She and her father, Dick Cheney, who is vice president under George W. Bush, are both staunch conservatives. Nonetheless, Liz Cheney's critique of Donald Trump effectively exiled her from her own party in 2022, leading to her losing the Republican primary for her congressional seat. Cheney's comments could help Harris as she tries to court Republican and centrist voters who dislike Trump's comportment in office.
We must hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power. If you share that view, no matter your political party, there is a place for you with us and in this campaign.
Harris and Trump have been touring Rust Belt states critical to the race: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Trump won them in 2016, and Joe Biden took them from him in 2020.
Well, ports along America's east and Gulf Coast are reopening after a strike that began on Tuesday. A major union for dock workers in the United States Maritime Alliance agreed on a tentative deal. The strike had threatened the U.S. supply of fruits, vehicles, and more.
Dock workers across the eastern United States on Thursday celebrated the news that this week's strike was ending quickly.
I'm happy for them so they can get back to work and take care of their families. I mean, they've been out here for 3 days around the clock, so this is a good thing for everybody. It's a good thing for the state, the port, and all the members here and all their families.
The International Longshoremen's Association launched their first walkout since 1977 after negotiations stalled over union demands for significant wage increases and protection against automation-related job loss. The strike involved 45,000 workers and paralyzed ports from Maine to Texas. At least 45 container vessels unable to unload were anchored outside the ports by Wednesday, up from just 3 before the strike began. Analysts cautioned that a long strike could pose a major economic headwind, leading to shortages and raising prices at a time when inflation has been moderating. Under the tentative agreement, dock workers will receive a 62% salary increase over 6 years. The union and the United States Maritime Alliance have agreed to extend the existing contract until January 15th while they negotiate other outstanding issues.
Everyone, listen up. Time now for Scoop, our weekly conversation on international media and the political and economic headwinds confronting the industry. With trust in the press at a nadir, it's a critical eye on a critical profession. The free press, often cited as an essential pillar of democracy. But what if there's no press at all? A news desert is a place, rural or urban, with no access to credible and comprehensive news. You might think such a place would be rare in the world's biggest economy, but you'd be wrong. Of the 3,143 counties in the United States, more than half, 1,766, that's that light blue color on your screen, have either no local news source or only one remaining outlet. There are 204 counties indicated in white with no local news outlet at all. Since 2005, the U.S. has lost nearly 2,900 newspapers. During that time, the country has lost 2/3 of its newspaper journalists, or 43,000. There are about 6,000 newspapers remaining. The vast majority of those are weeklies. Penny Abernathy is a leading expert on the crisis. Here's what she told the Editors and Publishers Show.
When you lose a reporter at a local newspaper that shut down, you've lost the person that shows up at the school board meeting, lost the person that shows up at the county commissioner meeting.
There you go.
When you lose the reporter at the state and metro papers, you're losing the investigative reporters. You're losing the beat reporters that covered education and pull together all the trends in a state.
As she was saying, these losses have profound impacts on their communities. Experts like Abernathy and many others say they could lead to an increase in corruption, irresponsible spending, decreased accountability, straight ticket voting, less competitive elections, and lower turnout. All these increases also push towards political polarization. The less information people have, the less they engage, except for the most partisan. Here's PBS's Judy Woodruff.
Do you think that our country can stay strong, that our democracy can stay strong well into the future with, frankly, hollowed out local journalism?
I worry that it can't, because I worry that we are more susceptible to this kind of tribal attitude and behavior. When the news is only sort of reminding us of those claims being made by both sides at the national level, I think it makes the problem worse.
And it's important to point out that even as Americans' trust in the news media has waned, Pew Research Center found that local news is more trusted than national news across all age groups. So, what are the effects of the crisis on civic life, and what can be done to fix them? Our guest joining us from Washington, D.C. is Sarah Beth Herman. She's the CEO of the American Journalism Project. Hello to you, Sarah Beth. Thank you for speaking to Scoop. First question, really, few media outlets are immune. Local journalism, legacy newspaper brands, digital natives, and entertainment conglomerates. How did we get to this crisis, and is it fair to call it a crisis?
I think it's absolutely fair to call it a crisis, and thank you so much for having me. Over the last 2 decades, we have watched this slow motion unraveling of the American newspaper industry. Advertising revenues have plummeted. They've largely moved online, and the business model has really unraveled. And what that means is that people have lost these trusted purveyors of information, the people that, as Penny Abernathy was saying, show up at the school board meetings, at City Hall, who help you understand what's happening in your community. And the research on this is very clear. The decline of local news is contributing to people's lack of consciousness about what's happening around them. It makes them less likely to show up at the voting box. It makes them less likely to engage in their communities. And it makes them more polarized, both in their voting patterns and their mindsets. What's filling the void is this spread of misinformation. People are turning to social media and cable news for a sense of identity instead of their neighbors. And what we are seeing is that there are real efforts across this country to try to revive local news and reimagine the way we finance and sustain local news in this country, not as a commercial business, but rather as civic institutions that we fund in the way we do other institutions that are essential to our communities, that help weave our communities together, like the ballet, like the opera, like museums, like libraries. And what we're seeing is this emergence of a new generation of news organizations that are calling upon individuals, calling upon philanthropy. They are still getting some advertising revenue, but they are figuring out new ways to finance local news. And importantly, they're moving away from, of course, newspapers, because people are receiving local news, they're engaging with local news, they're engaging with all their information on their devices, not on a paper that shows up on your front door every morning. And so they're delivering local news online.
Sorry, just to cut you off. Just to flesh it out, the old model would have relied about 90% on advertising and the rest coming from subscribers and such. What would this new model look like?
This new model is funded through a variety of revenue sources. One is philanthropy. There's billions of dollars of philanthropy in our country. A lot of philanthropy is tied to place. People who care about their community, Tulsa or Cleveland or Houston, and they want to help support that community. So philanthropy is an important revenue stream. Another important revenue stream are individual readers. Readers who say, you know what, I don't only want this local news because I need this information, but I understand that this is important for my neighbor to have too. So I'm going to throw in a few dollars a month and I'm going to pay for it. And then finally, we are looking to local business and who want to find audiences that care about their community and will still advertise and sponsor local news. And those are the main revenue sources. We're also seeing events working really well, live events and the opportunities for revenue that come from events. And then some of our news organizations are being really creative about what we call swag or other ways to engage their audience and to bring in some revenue sources.
Yeah, the problem that local news is seeing, it's affected every corner of the country, but are you noticing some areas are worse hit than others?
The reality is this problem has played out all across the country. It's both a rural problem. There are communities that have no local news at all, but in our urban locations across the country where populations are growing, where they're diversifying, what we are finding is that audiences feel very underinformed. They don't know what's happening around them. They don't feel they have the information they need to engage in their communities. And often this has to do with distribution. What many of our older news sources are behind a paywall. And so people in communities feel they can't access it quickly. And yet bad information or misinformation is spreading online for free rampantly.
A lot of people are concerned about the money that might be going to fund some of these alternative news outlets, like the money that the American Journalism Project is providing. Could you tell us if there's any strings attached, any editorial requirements when they receive these grants?
There's absolutely no strings attached. The goal of these is to fund the principles of independent local journalism, and part of that principle is that journalists should follow the story where the story takes them. They should not be instructed by philanthropy or anyone else on where to spend their time and energy and their reporting resources. And so there's a strict firewall, as there always has been in American newspaper culture, which is that journalists follow the story and the funding supports that principle.
A lot of journalism being denounced in recent years. Have you run up against any sort of pressure or critics of what you're trying to do?
What we are finding is that people across this country really understand that local news that is really about their place, is something that's vitally important. You mentioned at the top of this that people trust local news much more than they trust national news. What people crave, and we see this across party lines, is people want local news about their place. They want it coming from not someone who flies in and doesn't understand their community. They want it from someone who lives in their community, who understands the dynamics in their community. And we're seeing largely a lot of energy around that.
Yeah, when we talk about philanthropic organizations, yours isn't the only one. There are a number of others as well. But are they capable of solving this journalism crisis on their own?
This is a industry-wide problem. It's a problem that has been playing out over a generation, and I think it will take a generation to rebuild local news, but I think philanthropy does have an important role to play. And that really is because this is a market failure. When the market can't provide something, philanthropy is an important tool that we have to revitalize local news. It should not be entirely funded by philanthropy, and it doesn't have to be entirely funded by philanthropy. But philanthropy can play a critical role in helping us bridge from the old way that we received local news through American newspapers to a new generation of news organizations that are digital, that are building these new revenue streams, and that are providing local news in the way that people need it for now and for the future. And so we do have a lot of confidence that philanthropy can play a very important role. And it's also worth saying that we think public policy has an important role to play. The United States far underspends in terms of government dollars on the public square, on the press, compared to other modern democracies. And so we think there is a role for smart public policy that is completely editorially independent, but helps uphold this vital pillar of our democracy.
Right, part of a wider solution. Sarah Beth, thank you very much for your time. You're doing important work there. Sarah Beth Herman from the American Journalism Project. Thank you. And that brings us to our quote of the day. It comes from the John Nichols, who calls for a Marshall Plan to save American journalism. Writing in The Nation last December, he said, quote, "Turning the tide will require a level of investment that billionaires and philanthropies are never going to make." As Sarah Beth was saying, Germany, for instance, funds public media at a rate of $142.42 per person. The United States, by comparison, spends $3.16 per person per year. We've got to recognize that the news desert is now nationwide. Providing the resources that are needed to make it blossom anew is essential for saving democracy. That's it for this edition of Scoop. Thank you for watching. Please stay tuned to France 24.
The Fergana Valley is a green oasis in the middle of the arid steppes of Central Asia. On the border between Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, the control of water reservoirs and rivers has become a crucial battle.
Normally, the protection of water sources does not fall within our remit, but we do it all the same. Because borders are poorly demarcated, conflicts can arise.
Global warming is a real threat across this region.
We left Batken because it was getting hotter and we had less water. Our ancestors always shared this land and its water with their neighbors. But now there are more and more conflicts.
Between water scarcity and armed conflicts, the Fergana Valley's future seems uncertain. Don't miss Reporters on France 24 and France24.com.
French are always on strike. That is, of course, when they're not on vacation or eating baguettes with stinky cheese.
But are these cliches really true? And if not, what's life actually like in France?
French Connections is your guide to the intricacies of life here in France,
bringing you straight to the heart of a truly French point of view.
Don't miss French Connections Plus
on France 24, bien sûr.
Welcome back to Paris Direct. Another look at the headlines. Israeli airstrikes pan Lebanon once again, hitting the southern suburb of the capital Beirut and targeting Hashem Safieddine, a possible new leader of Hezbollah. Strikes also cutting off a major road to Syria, which hundreds of thousands of people have used to flee the fighting. Iran's foreign minister in Beirut. Meanwhile, Iran's supreme leader leading Friday prayers for the first time in nearly 5 years. Ali Khamenei says Muslim nations have a common enemy, the sermon being closely watched abroad for an indication of how Iran may react to the worsening conflict. And the U.S. port strike is over. Facilities reopening Thursday evening along the East and Gulf Coast after a deal was reached to settle the industry's biggest work stoppage in nearly half a century. Despite the agreement, clearing the cargo backlog will take time. Iran's foreign minister arrived in Lebanon to meet the prime minister and speaker of parliament. The plane landed just hours after Israeli airstrikes hit outside the facility's perimeter. Huge explosions rocking the Lebanese capital's southern suburbs overnight. Israeli fighter jets pounded the densely populated neighborhood in what has been described as the most violent attack by Israel so far on Beirut. Israeli media reported that the target was Hashem Safieddine, a possible successor to slain Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah.
Smoke was still visible around Beirut airport when this plane landed on the tarmac. This isn't one of the aircraft meant to evacuate people away from the war, but a plane carrying Iran's foreign minister. Hezbollah is Iran's most powerful proxy militia, and Abbas Araghchi, seen here with the Lebanese prime minister, is the first Iranian official to arrive in Lebanon since the escalation of the war 2 weeks ago and this week's Iranian missile attack on Israel. These overnight strikes hit a southern Beirut suburb. Media reports say the potential successor of Hassan Nasrallah was the target. Among other strikes, a key road linking Syria to Lebanon, seen by Israel as Hezbollah's weapon supply route. For the Lebanese and Syrian civilians, this crossing is the main way to flee the bombings. While Israeli troops infiltrate the southern Lebanese territory to push Hezbollah fighters and their arsenal away from the border, several Israeli soldiers and Hezbollah fighters were killed, and so were Lebanese soldiers.
He went to rescue civilians with the civil defense paramedics and the Red Cross. A drone fired on them and left him a martyr.
While the fighting was ongoing on the ground in Lebanon, Hezbollah continued to fire rockets at Israel, as seen in this footage it has released. The Israeli chief of staff vowed to dismantle Hezbollah infrastructure and arsenal to prevent it from launching ground attacks on Israel from southern Lebanon.
So last Friday, before the one-year anniversary of the war in Gaza, Iran's supreme leader leading Friday prayers for the first time in nearly 5 years. It was also the first sermon he's given since Israel had launched massive attacks on Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed militia based in Lebanon. During the speech, Khamenei praised Iran's massive missile attack on Israel on Tuesday.
The brilliant operation led by our armed forces the past 2 and 3 nights was entirely legal and legitimate.
For more, we can speak to Simon Mabel, chair in international politics at Lancaster University. Hello to you, and thank you for speaking to Affairs Directed this Friday. How do you think Israel might respond to that massive attack we saw from Iran earlier this week?
Well, we've heard quite strong rhetoric coming out of Israel, out of the United States, saying that there will be a response. We heard very, very quickly after the attack on Tuesday that Israel has taken the time, it will plan, it will choose where and when it responds, but it will respond. And so there's this sense that there is some type of response coming, that we are in this broader sort of escalatory spiral of tit-for-tat response, counter-response, military strikes. So it's a matter of time. But what that looks like, I guess, is the million-dollar question. Will it be a symbolic strike that allows both sides to sort of save face and to de-escalate things? Or will it be something a bit more significant that will contribute to this growing despair that people feel in the region, this growing despair that people feel about an almost slippery slope to conflict that Iran and Israel appear to be on?
Yeah, when we heard from Iran's supreme leader today, he called for all Muslims. He said they all have a common enemy, obviously alluding to Israel. Does that sound like that he might be alluding to a coming war?
No, I mean, I think that is emblematic of everything that the supreme leaders of Iran, be it Ali Khamenei or Ruhollah Khomeini before him, have been saying. They've been speaking about this broader commitment to all Muslims, that all Muslims have an obligation to support the Palestinian cause. So I wouldn't read into that this is about a coming conflict between Iran and Israel, but rather that there is this sense of a coming together of Muslims and others who are to speak up for the Palestinian cause and to speak out against what's happening in southern Lebanon as well. So, yeah, I took it as an expression of solidarity rather than a call to arms, if you will.
Yeah, and a lot of attention this week being given to the U.S.-supplied 1,000-pound bunker busters you mentioned before. If Israel does respond, what will it be? Would be a symbolic attack or something much more significant? If they did use those bunker busters, a lot of questions about what Iran's nuclear sites are in store for.
Yeah, I mean that's the big worry here, that the type of response that certain Israelis have been pushing for. Benjamin Netanyahu over the past 3 decades has really been pushing for a strong response to Iran and to its alleged nuclear weapons program. And I guess the worry would be that if that was the route chosen, then it has the weapons provided by, enabled by, supported by the United States and others to cause some significant damage there. But the repercussions of that, the reverberations of that, would be catastrophic for the region. It would certainly put an end to ideas of non-proliferation. It would certainly push others to start thinking very, very seriously about what would be necessary for deterrence to work in the long term. And I would certainly caution against any type of strike against the nuclear facilities. And I think there are many in the US who are doing the same thing. They are cautioning Benjamin Netanyahu and his cabal about what could be alternative options that would allow them to achieve their strategic goals without pushing it further into a more of an escalation.
Yeah, so you don't think the Biden administration would give the green light to that?
I don't think the Biden administration would give a green light to a strike on a nuclear facility, because that would be the sort of thing that would tip this over the edge, that would potentially draw everyone into this regional conflict that so many of us have been worried about and fearing about for the past year and indeed beyond. That sort of strike would be significant. So no, I don't think the Biden administration would give a green light to it. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Benjamin Netanyahu wouldn't do it. So there is a lot of questions being asked about the Biden administration right now. Is it that their articulation of red lines over Gaza and concern about Lebanon has been to demonstrate a desire to stop and to curtail civilian casualties and to limit the Israeli response? And yet the Israeli response has been to disregard some of those remarks. So that sort of suggests there's either a question mark over whether the US is unwilling to stop Benjamin Netanyahu and to really curtail and set parameters for what that military action should be, or whether it is unable to do so. And if it's the latter, then I think there are very, very big questions, big worries starting to emerge.
Iran's foreign minister is in Beirut this Friday. What are they hoping to get? What's he hoping to get out of his meetings with Lebanon's prime minister and speaker of parliament?
I think it's a demonstration of solidarity with the people of Lebanon to say, look, Iran stands with you. It's also a really clear message to Hezbollah that says, look, we have not forgotten you. We are not ignoring you. We are not isolating ourselves from you. We are here for you. So it's an attempt to demonstrate that solidarity. I mean, Iran and Hezbollah have a very long relationship going back 40 years. And I think it's about trying to demonstrate that solidarity to shore up some of those relationships and to express a real sort of public statement of solidarity to the people of Lebanon, to the government of Lebanon, but to Hezbollah, most importantly, I think, for Iran.
All right. Thank you very much, Simon Maven, speaking to us there. Thank you. Fire. Meanwhile, Israel carried out its deadliest strike in the occupied West Bank since the war in Gaza began nearly 1 year ago. The Palestinian Health Ministry said 18 people were killed Thursday after the strike on the Tukaram refugee camp. The city is a militant stronghold in the northern West Bank. Israel's army said the strike had killed Hamas's leader in Tukaram. Hamas condemning the strike but did not confirm if any of its members were killed. Just over 1 month from Election Day in the United States, in an unusual scene on the campaign trail, a Democratic nominee giving a nod to a member from the rival party in the birthplace of the modern Republican Party, Wisconsin. Indeed, Kamala Harris rallying with Republican Liz Cheney, the vice president, telling the crowd that the people of every party must stand together to reject Donald Trump.
Campaigning at the birthplace of the Republican Party, Kamala Harris forewent the usual placards bearing her name, instead decorating the stage with the slogan, "Country over Party." Even more unusual, however, was the fact that she campaigned with former high-ranking Republican Representative Liz Cheney. In endorsing Harris, Cheney made it clear that her vote is a rebuke of the former president and his actions on January 6, 2021.
Donald Trump was willing to sacrifice our capital to allow law enforcement officers to be beaten and brutalized in his name and to violate the law and the Constitution in order to seize power for himself. I don't care if you are a Democrat or a Republican or an independent. That is depravity, and we must never become numb to it.
She and her father, Dick Cheney, who is vice president under George W. Bush, are both staunch conservatives. Nonetheless, Liz Cheney's critique of Donald Trump effectively exiled her from her own party in 2022, leading to her losing the Republican primary for her congressional seat. Cheney's comments could help Harris as she tries to court Republican and centrist voters who dislike Trump's comportment in office.
We must hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power. If you share that view, no matter your political party, there is a place for you with us and in this campaign.
Harris and Trump have been touring Rust Belt states critical to the race: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Trump won them in 2016, and Joe Biden took them from him in 2020.
Ports along America's east and Gulf Coast are reopening after a strike that began on Tuesday. A major union for dock workers in the United States Maritime Alliance agreed on a tentative deal. The strike had threatened the U.S. supply of fruits, vehicles, and more.
Dock workers across the eastern United States on Thursday celebrated the news that this week's strike was ending quickly.
I'm happy for them so they can get back to work and take care of their families. I mean, they've been out here for 3 days around the clock, so this is a good thing for everybody. It's a good thing for the state, the port, and all the members here and all their families.
The International Longshoremen's Association launched their first walkout since 1977 after negotiations stalled over union demands for significant wage increases and protection against automation-related job loss. The strike involved 45,000 workers and paralyzed ports from Maine to Texas. At least 45 container vessels unable to unload were anchored outside the ports by Wednesday, up from just 3 before the strike began. Analysts cautioned that a long strike could pose a major economic headwind, leading to shortages and raising prices at a time when inflation has been moderating. Under the tentative agreement, dock workers will receive a 62% salary increase over 6 years. The union and the United States Maritime Alliance have agreed to extend the existing contract until January 15th while they negotiate other outstanding issues.
French President Emmanuel Macron hosting dozens of leaders of French-speaking countries for a summit he hopes will boost French influence in a world beset by crises, in particular Africa. The leaders gathering this Friday and Saturday for what's called the Francophonie Summit, the first time the event has been held in France for 33 years. Karish Garland reports.
It's the first time in 33 years that France has hosted the international organization of the French-speaking world for this summit, which has the theme Create, Innovate and Undertake in French. And even while this summit's really about fostering a democracy in member countries, it's playing out amid a background of conflict and tensions. 3 Sahel countries, Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger, were not invited, suspended from the organization as relations broke down with former colonial leader France after military coup d'etat. This is as Guinea, by contrast, was reintegrated into the organization, even as it's ruled by a military junta for the past 3 years. It's also playing out amid a number of African continent conflicts, particularly in the eastern region of the Democratic Republic of Congo, the armed conflict that's playing out there. Macron, on the sidelines of this summit, met with Felix Tshisekedi, the Congolese president, this morning, and will meet with his Rwandan counterpart on Saturday. But another conflict that's set to be at the heart of these discussions is that in Lebanon, as Israel's war spilled over into the country recently. That will be the subject of a roundtable on Saturday. But Friday's talks are set to center around technology and how to make the French language give it a powerful place in the world of tech, especially in the age of AI.
In recent weeks, headlines have been dominated by a series of high-profile cases of rape and sexual violence, such as Gisèle Pellico's trial here in France. Then there are the rape allegations facing the late billionaire Mohamed Al Fayed, while the American rap mogul Sean Diddy Combs is now in custody facing accusations of sexual misconduct. But will such cases help change our attitudes towards rape and the notion of consent? To talk us through this is Annette Young, the host of French 24's 51%. That's our women's show. Hello to you, Annette. These cases, again, they reveal how prevalent sexual violence is in our society. It's very, very alarming because they seem to keep on popping up everywhere.
They really do. And let's start off with the Gisèle Pellico case, just a quick reminder, because it happened in a very ordinary, run-of-the-mill town in southern France. For nearly 10 years, her husband, Dominique Pellico, routinely drugged Gisèle and invited scores of strangers to come and rape her as well, often filming the encounters. Now, when you talk about the other high-profile cases, you've got the situation of Mohamed Al Fayed, to the point now that even here in France, prosecutors have been urged to launch an investigation into allegations of rape and sexual assault by the late billionaire at the Paris Ritz Hotel, and also into the hotel staff at the time who those victims have said helped enable the attack. We saw this come out in a BBC documentary a few weeks ago. And then on top of that, you've got Sean Diddy Combs, the rap mogul, who's now in jail facing a series of charges, including sexual assault and sex trafficking, for a period of over 30 years, with more than 120 people, both women and men, coming forward. So you can see that these cases effectively bookend a real systemic problem in society about sexual violence. It's an everyday reality. An estimated 1 in 3 women, according to UN statistics, will experience physical or sexual violence, regardless of age, background, or country, in their lifetimes. And it is, as a result, in epidemic proportions. And the reality is, Will, that laws around the world to this day are still primarily insufficient, inconsistent, not systematically enforced, and in some instances even promote and perpetuate sexual violence. And at the same time, it's a lot to do with education. It's about how men view women, and that it's more than just desire. It's also about power, control, and entitlement. And I think that's the scary thing about the Gisèle Pellico case, is the very ordinary nature of it. These are not men in positions of power who had the ability to cover up their mess after, they carried out these assaults. These are ordinary individuals who, in some cases, were even neighbours of Gisèle Pellico.
Are attitudes beginning to shift at all?
Indeed, I think certainly here in France, it's sparked, as you and I know, a massive debate. And even the new Justice Minister, Didier Migaud, has said that adding the notion of consent to the country's law defining rape is certainly a possibility, because at the moment the legal definition of rape in this country includes notions of violence, coercion, threat or surprise, but has no mention about consent. And of course that's the thing about the Pellico case, is the victim was clearly unconscious at the time. My guest this week is a French feminist lawyer, Rachel Flore-Pardo, and I asked her about, in general, how attitudes are beginning to change here in France. Let's take a listen to what she had to tell me.
I think that Gisèle Pellico, thanks to her decision of not having a private trial and the way she also responds to the press, she is indeed helping us to have the shame change sides. And she's helping, I guess, maybe other victims of rape to feel less ashamed. And to
She shifted the dynamic.
Yeah, she is shifting the dynamic. Something really happened. Like, I guess that seeing her being so strong and determined is giving other women that may have suffered different types of sexual violence strength to press charges, to file a complaint, and to go fight for their rights. And this is so important if we want to be in a country with less impunity and less rapes.
It's a very good point. Annette, do we have any insights into those dozens of men accused of raping Gisèle Pellico?
We're starting to obviously get more and more details as the trial continues. Of the 50 or so who are actually standing trial, they're a diverse group. They're on both a personal and professional level. There's a journalist, an IT consultant, construction workers, a nurse, a gardener, and so on. Basically, very ordinary professions. But what it has done, this case, has underscored the idea that the monster indeed hides very close to all of us, hides next door effectively, and it's given credence to the facts and figures which back this up, that most assaults occur in a domestic setting, that the accused is clearly or often known to the victim. But we are having a package this week about some of the men who've given evidence, those who've been accused. Let's take a listen to an extract of that report.
Booed by the crowd at the criminal court. Dressed in hoodies, often wearing a cap, these men are accused of abusing a woman, Gisèle Pellicot, drugged by her own husband. They got in touch with Dominique Pellicot through a website that has since been shut down. Aged 26 to 73, they are firefighters, trade workers, retirees, a prison guard, a nurse, a journalist.
These people are not delinquents at all. Most of them have clean criminal records, and they had, for the most part, normal family lives and professional careers. And yet here they are, caught up in this case, which is obviously very serious.
Out of the 50 accused, 35 have decided to plead not guilty. Some told investigators they were in fact the victims. Cyril, truck driver.
I feel I've been manipulated. Dominique was the one who told us what to do.
Ludovic, storekeeper.
I'm collateral damage. I was used to satisfy the fantasies of Dominique Pellicot.
Several of the accused claimed they were taking part in a consensual sex game without realizing that the victim was drugged.
The more we learn, the more terrifying it is. Annette, thank you very much, Annette Young. As always, you can catch a 51% in France 24 later today at 4:15 p.m. Paris time. It will also be posted online shortly afterwards. Thank you very much. Please stay tuned to France 24.
Ahmed Sékou Touré, a leading figure in Guinean independence, left his mark on the country's history, but his legacy remains deeply controversial. Amid national tributes and the memories of a dark past, his regime continues to cause divisions 40 years after his death.
President Sékou Touré's system of governance was one of permanent conspiracy. He had people killed, and everyone knew they were at Camp Boiro.
However, for part of today's generation, Sékou Touré remains a source of inspiration.
He liberated Guinea, I liberated Guinea in rap. That's it. It's telling people that when you fight, you can get what you want.
A legacy of independence and terror. Watch Sékou Touré's Guinea Revisited on France 24.
На самом деле жизнь здесь обустраивается легко для меня, потому что я фигурист. Вот, и так оказалось, что в Сербии я профессиональный мужчина-фигурист, единственный в стране. Вот, и я только когда пришел на каток, когда начал работать, сразу же в первый день ко мне подходят, говорят: Вадим, можете ли вы, пожалуйста, поднять наших детей на тройные прыжки, в такой специальной лонже? Я такой: давайте. Вот, и поэтому я как бы уже сразу с самого начала начал знакомиться с сербами, вот, настраивать с ними какое-то взаимодействие. И поэтому для меня оно довольно прошло легко.
уехали сознательно, и я могу даже сказать, по идеологическим причинам. Мы прям, как-то мы несколько дней после 24 февраля пытались вообще понять, что происходит, и где-то в начале марта мы решили, что мы уезжаем. Мы уехали в середине мая и 2 месяца жили в Албании. Не спрашивайте, не задавайте вопросов, почему. Вот, и в середине июля мы приехали в Сербию, и как так получилось, что очень спокойно мы себя здесь почувствовали и безопасно, и решили, что отличное место, надо оставаться.
Очень многие приехали просто куда глаза глядят, и все. И этот стресс, обычно в нем люди травмируются, и вот когда происходит такого уровня стресс, тебе тяжело социализироваться в целом. То есть прям я даже наблюдаю, что есть и русские, которые не общаются с русскими даже. То есть они просто здесь как-то вот присели, вот они уже год сидят на чемоданах и ждут, что их куда-то еще релоцируют или они отправятся. Мне кажется, что в этом.
The latest developments from a continent that's constantly changing. Daily reports, interviews with influential newsmakers and personalities, analysis from our journalists in the studio, all the news from Africa. Watch Eye on Africa, presented by Georgia Calvin-Smith on France 24 and France24.com.
Hello and welcome to Around the World here on France 24. I'm Charlie James. Let's take a look at our headlines. Massive explosions in southern Beirut, including one close to the international airport. It was another fiery night of Israeli airstrikes targeting Hezbollah in the Lebanese capital. Iran's supreme leader says Israel, quote, will not last long. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei delivered a rare Friday sermon in Arabic defending Iran's missile attack on Israel. And France's president hosts dozens of leaders from French-speaking countries for the Francophonie Summit. Emmanuel Macron aims to boost France's standing in Africa, home to most Francophone states. Israeli war. Israeli warplanes hit the southern suburbs of Beirut overnight with a series of massive airstrikes. Balls of fire lit the sky above the densely populated area. Israel says it was targeting an underground bunker where senior Hezbollah officials were meeting and claims to have killed the head of Hezbollah's communication networks. We do not yet have word on the number of casualties caused by the strikes. For the latest, let's cross live to Beirut, where France 24 correspondent Rawad Taha is reporting. Rawad, were you able to feel these blasts yourself last night, and what do we know about the impact today?
Yes, the impact of the blast, which shook Beirut's southern suburb roughly around 1 a.m. was very severe. It was a very severe blast. It was the second time bunker busters were presumably used in attacks on Beirut's southern suburbs. An entire neighborhood in Beirut's southern suburbs was turned into rubble, with difficulty in reaching that area. According to Israeli media, potentially the target of that airstrike was the potential successor of Secretary General of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah. His successor supposedly was going to be Hashim Safiyuddin. He was the target of that airstrike. Moreover, we still don't have any clarity from the Lebanese side or from Hezbollah on whether that assassination was successful or not.
And Rawad, people are fleeing Beirut and other parts of Lebanon because of these strikes. What are you hearing from people who are leaving?
People want this conflict to end as soon as possible. They want this war to end. There is a great humanitarian crisis. We have over 1 million internally displaced people, mostly from the southern part of Beirut, from the Bekaa Valley, from Beirut's southern suburbs, and more recently from the city of Beirut itself, after 2 airstrikes hit the central parts of the city over the past few days. More than 100,000, roughly around 200,000 people are living currently in evacuation centers provided by the Lebanese government and public schools in different areas of the country in dire economic conditions, and they are in need of food, of mattresses, of beds. There's a lot of aid that's coming to the country, but it's just not enough to cater for a displacement of that size. So we're talking about roughly more than 1 million people displaced, out of which at least 200,000 are in shelters provided by the government, and a number of people are still sleeping on the streets of Beirut.
Rawad Taha, France 24's correspondent in Beirut, thank you so much. Please stay safe. These explosions also closed a road near the border crossing with Syria, which Lebanese citizens have been using to flee the country. Lebanese authorities say more than 1.2 million Lebanese have been displaced by this latest conflict between Israel and Hezbollah, most in just the past 2 weeks. For more on what civilians in Lebanon are facing, we welcome Imran Riza to the program. He is the United Nations Humanitarian Coordinator in Lebanon. Thank you so much for being with us here on France 24 today, sir. These strikes are deadly, but also completely upend life for people who live near them, creating a humanitarian crisis. What is your #1 priority in the aftermath of these Israeli strikes?
Hi, can you hear me? Can I just check that you can
Yes,
hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Look, no, thank you for having me on. And the #1 priority is basically to try to find some level of protection for people, which means trying to get shelter. A lot of people have been moving. We need shelter. And in that, they have to be assisted. Now, for them to get to that point, you need a minimum respect of international humanitarian law. They need safe access. We need to be sure that people can move safely. And as you've seen over the last while, many people have moved from one location to another, not knowing whether it's safe or not. And people have been subjected to all sorts of different, what we're calling displacement orders. Yesterday, I think there were somewhere between 50 and 60 in terms of villages in the south that were told that they should move. And people are moving, but they're not sure where they're moving to. So the priority for us remains to put them in shelters, and shelters that we need to then service in certain ways. You have to have water, you have to be able to provide food. And health is a huge priority, which I can come back to in a minute.
It's obviously very chaotic in the moments, days after strikes like this. How is the United Nations coordinating with Lebanese agencies and other relief groups on the ground to ensure that civilians get what they need right now?
We have what we call our humanitarian country team with UN agencies, with international NGOs, with national NGOs. And so there's quite a good level of coordination within that. And we've been doing a great deal of preparation, contingency planning, although no one expected this level of displacement, this level of trauma, frankly, that we've seen in the last 10 days since the 23rd, since that Monday. What our approach always has been before, and certainly even more is right now, to work very, very, very closely with the government and to support the government efforts to respond to this huge humanitarian catastrophe that we have right now. The only way we can do that, so the coordination is not bad, it's good. I think we're moving in the right direction, but we need resources, which is why we launched this flash appeal just 2 days ago for asking for $426 million in order to respond for at least the next 3 months or so, because as this thing continues. Thanks.
You recently called this conflict the deadliest period in Lebanon in a generation. There's obviously the immediate physical needs, food, water, a place to sleep, but what does the psychological toll look like for civilians? What are you hearing from people?
People are traumatized. People are terrified. And even before what happened over the last 10 days, because the last 10 days is really dramatic in the level of escalation. But before that, you had a period of almost a year, 11 and a half months, of people wondering, when is this going to end? They've heard all sorts of calls for ceasefires. We keep pushing for ceasefires, wondering when it will end. In 2006, the war was 34 days. In 2006, people had far more resources. They had more of a buffer to be able to deal with things. And the situation of Lebanon was very different at that time. Right now, Lebanon is following a period of about 5 years of a whole set of different crises cascading on each other that has made institutions very weak, and also people far less resilient. What has been amazing is to see how people have come together and have been trying to help each other with this massive level of movement and displacement and need that we're seeing.
I do want to come back to the toll on the healthcare system and healthcare workers, because a hospital near the site of last night's strike had to be evacuated and closed. I know that the United Nations has lost a number of healthcare workers as well. Can you just tell us more about the toll that this conflict has had on healthcare workers specifically?
I think we have now more or less around 36 reported incidents that have targeted healthcare facilities since this began on the 8th of October in terms of Lebanon last year. That's resulted in the deaths of 73 health workers. And these are figures that are coming from WHO, from the World Health Organization. It has forced the closure, the attacks and the access issues have forced the closure of 96 primary healthcare centers and dispensaries, as well as 2 hospitals. There are 10 hospitals across the country that have had significant levels of damage. So the health sector has been hit incredibly hard at a time that you have more or less around going on 10,000 people injured over the course of this conflict, the majority of them in the last 10 days, as I was saying. Close to 2,000 people, fatalities who have been killed. That includes 127 children and 261 women. The cost on civilians and civilian infrastructure and health infrastructure has been catastrophic.
Imran Riza, United Nations Humanitarian Coordinator in Lebanon, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Israeli operations continue in the Palestinian territories as well. Israeli forces carried out a strike Thursday in Tulkarem, a Hamas militant stronghold in the occupied West Bank. The Palestinian Health Ministry says 18 people there were killed in a refugee camp. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, led Friday prayers in Tehran on Friday, and he gave a rare public sermon in which he praised Iran's recent missile strike on Israel. Now, Iran is a Farsi-speaking nation, but Khamenei spoke in Arabic and said Iran would strike Israel again if necessary. Iran backs both Hezbollah and Hamas with money and weapons. Here is Khamenei speaking about Iran's missile launch against Israel that happened Tuesday.
The brilliant operation led by our armed forces the past 2 and 3 nights was entirely legal and legitimate.
Also on Friday, Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, arrived in Beirut. He is expected to discuss the ongoing war between Israel and Hezbollah with Lebanese officials. His plane landed just hours after that massive Israeli airstrike near Beirut's main airport. And he said during his visit that his presence in Beirut while it is being bombed shows that Iran stands by Hezbollah. Over to the United States, where the search for victims of Hurricane Helene has entered its second week. With at least 215 people killed, Helene is the deadliest hurricane to hit the mainland U.S. since Katrina in 2005. In North Carolina, exhausted rescue crews continue to work long days to reach the isolated and the missing. Lisa Kaminoff takes us there.
In this North Carolina town, devastating scenes of fallen roofs and destroyed cars after Storm Helen raged through the state a week ago, leaving the streets and houses blanketed in mud and debris. Local volunteers go from home to home, clearing out the muck with spades and throwing out damaged furniture.
It's just unbelievable that it seems to here this quick. So many people lost everything, and probably hardly anyone had flooding shots because it never flooded.
The storm broke road pipes and electricity lines, leaving residents with no power nor water. But communities like this one are mobilizing, each resident pulling their weight to help find basic necessities like food. Whilst rescue teams continue to search through more remote mountain areas where many residents remain unaccounted for, with a growing concern that the death toll will continue to rise.
People are here alone, they don't have any friends or relatives nearby, and we're the volunteers here helping.
Even private helicopter companies have joined the efforts to send aid to people stranded in isolated areas. President Biden made a second trip to the states of Florida and Georgia to survey the damage.
This direct assistance is now being delivered. It's being delivered now, directly. More to come. Folks, this entire project is going to cost billions of dollars. Not tens of thousands, not millions, not a billion, billions of dollars. Because it goes through so many states.
At least 200 people have been killed across the southeast states as a result of the Category 4 hurricane, which officials say is the second deadliest to hit the U.S. since Hurricane Katrina in 2005.
And on the U.S. presidential campaign trail, Vice President Kamala Harris held a rally with prominent Republican politician Liz Cheney in the swing state of Wisconsin on Thursday. The appearance is part of Harris's strategy to attract voters who traditionally vote Republican but aren't sure about Donald Trump. Cheney is a former high-ranking House member and daughter of former Vice President Dick Cheney. Matthew Mary Cochet takes us to the rally.
Campaigning at the birthplace of the Republican Party, Kamala Harris forewent the usual placards bearing her name, instead decorating the stage with the slogan, "Country over Party." Even more unusual, however, was the fact that she campaigned with former high-ranking Republican Representative Liz Cheney. In endorsing Harris, Cheney made it clear that her vote is a rebuke of the former president and his actions on January 6, 2021.
Donald Trump was willing to sacrifice our capital to allow law enforcement officers to be beaten and brutalized in his name, and to violate the law and the Constitution in order to seize power for himself. I don't care if you are a Democrat or a Republican or an independent. That is depravity. and we must never become numb to it.
She and her father, Dick Cheney, who is vice president under George W. Bush, are both staunch conservatives. Nonetheless, Liz Cheney's critique of Donald Trump effectively exiled her from her own party in 2022, leading to her losing the Republican primary for her congressional seat. Cheney's comments could help Harris as she tries to court Republican and centrist voters who dislike Trump's comportment in office.
We must hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power. If you share that view, no matter your political party, there is a place for you with us and in this campaign.
Harris and Trump have been touring Rust Belt states critical to the race: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Trump won them in 2016, and Joe Biden took them from him.
So on last week's Tech 24 segment, we talked about OpenAI's bid to close a massive funding round. Well, they've done it, and the company behind ChatGPT is now valued at more than $150 billion US. I popped a number there. It shows just how interested investors are in artificial intelligence, but you might be wondering, why should I care? Well, I'm joined by Peter O'Brien from our tech desk, who is going to shock us all with some recent stories about how AI can be used and why we should care a lot.
Yes, yeah, it's time to take notice. Let's start with a story that's just come out this week of two Harvard students in the US who've hacked Meta's Ray-Ban glasses in order to turn them into makeshift facial recognition systems, right? So all you have to do is look at someone and it will pull up information on that person about who they are, where they live, what their phone number is, and a lot more. Take a look.
We built glasses that let you identify anybody on the street. The information our tool collects from just a photo of your face is staggering.
To use it, you just put the glasses on, then as you walk by people, the glasses will detect when somebody's face is in frame. This photo is used to analyze them, and after a few seconds, their personal information pops up on your phone.
Hi, ma'am. Wait, are you Betsy? Oh, okay. I think I met you through like the Cambridge Community Foundation, right? Yeah. It's great to meet you. I'm Kane.
Now, you might be wondering what that's got to do with artificial intelligence. Like with many applications, it's just making things easier and faster. A lot of this technology was already available, but what they've done is basically create a system which essentially takes a photo of someone's face, and then it uses the internet to search for that face and pulls up lots of URLs, and then those URLs are fed into a large language model which passes through all of those different web pages and pulls out all the personal information and connections it can possibly find to bring up a profile of this person. Now, if you think you're safe from this because you don't put your personal information like your phone number and your address online, well, unfortunately, there have been a lot of big leaks and hacks over the years that have caused lots of people's personal information to be put into databases on the internet, and it does use some of these databases as well. So it just shows how powerful the use of AI can be when applied to something like this. Meta has told 404 Media that this is a breach of their terms of service, but it's just more evidence for people who are calling for more regulation on something like virtual reality systems. The tech itself keeps getting more and more sleek. We've seen 2 weeks ago Meta announce its project prototype Orion, which are the most sort of discreet, slimline virtual reality glasses they've ever developed. So it's just showing now that a lot can be done with just a pair of glasses like the ones I'm wearing already.
It's slightly terrifying. And some students can do it, very smart students. Imagine what in the wrong hands this could look like. Okay, so this is not the only scandal that you're bringing us today. You've got another one involving AI-generated music.
Yeah, that's right. Let's take a quick listen to some of it now. So obviously,
Not the best thing I've heard of.
we know because we've said it's AI generated music. We're talking about AI. We know that it's AI generated. But if this were just to come up on your Spotify playlist that you're listening to in the background, and you've got a similar music theme you're listening to, I don't think many people would notice straight away, and that's exactly what a man called Michael Smith was alleged to be exploiting when he pulled off a massive scam that US prosecutors are alleging he's pulled off. So he generated tens of thousands of fake accounts to listen to hundreds of thousands of fake songs that he put across lots of different streaming platforms, all of which were generated by AI. The music, the titles of the songs, the names of the artists, and he used these to stream these songs literally billions of times. And from 2018 to this year, he generated more than $10 million in royalty revenue from these streaming platforms. So that's what's in the indictment that's been unsealed by US prosecutors. He's facing 3 charges now, which each carry 20 years in prison, including wire fraud and money laundering. I think what's crazy to me is that this scheme started in 2018, as I said. That's a long time ago in terms of AI, and things have got so much better and more convincing since then. I also just love to point out a few of the names of the artists. Some of them could genuinely be actual band names: Callous Humane, Calm Knuckles, Calvin Man. Some of them are a bit weirder. You've got things like Calliope, Erratum, Camel Edible, and Calorie Event. I think that one's definitely going to be what my lunch will be like after this, Charlie. It'll be a major calorie event, I think.
All right, fake listeners, but a lot of real money at stake there. Yeah. Okay, but because we don't want to make it all doom and gloom for everyone, you've also brought us a study that shows how AI can be used for good to tackle conspiracy theories.
Yeah, this is quite a positive story. It was a study published in Science, and basically the researchers took more than 2,000 self-proclaimed conspiracy theorists. So people in the US who, for instance, don't believe the moon landing actually happened, believe the COVID-19 vaccine gave us all microchips, or believe in UFO visitation. So amazingly, on average, each of these people, after talking to a ChatGPT, which had been told to convince them that they were wrong, about 20% of them, most of them on average reduced their belief in this conspiracy theory by about 20%. And that actually persisted several months after the study was finished. So it did seem like, according to this piece of research, that they were able to permanently reduce these people's belief in these conspiracy theories. So that is, for instance, I think something we can say is quite a positive use of AI, particularly given the rise of conspiracy theories in young people.
All right, tech editor Peter O'Brien, keeping us dinosaurs up to date on the latest in technology and AI. Thank you so much. Finally, French President Emmanuel Macron is hosting dozens of leaders from French-speaking countries here in Paris. His goal for the Francophonie Summit is to boost French influence in the world, particularly in Africa. France's influence and standing in Africa has been badly damaged by recent coups in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. Macron will also be giving a speech from the summit soon. We will bring you that live. But first, let's take you to the chateau northeast of Paris, where the leaders are gathered. And that's where we find France 24's Karis Garland. Hi there, Karis. Tell us more about what Macron is trying to accomplish during the summit.
Well, it's not just about promoting the French language, but also French values. So they could be political, cultural, or economic. The theme of this summit is create, innovate, undertake, really putting the focus on the young generations from French-speaking countries, giving them access to the rooms where big decisions are made, particularly in the world of tech and in the age of AI. That will be the focus of this Friday's talks with representatives from companies like Google and Meta present. But this has been a project of Macron's from the time he took office, really, trying to prove the critics wrong when they say that the French-speaking world is losing influence. Previous bastions like Lebanon and Egypt, French isn't spoken so much there now as it used to be, and even countries like Togo and Gabon have joined the Commonwealth. So Macron hasn't chosen this chateau by chance. He was the one that wanted it restored and named it the International Cité of the French language.
Karis, this meeting is happening amidst several regional conflicts in Africa. So what do we expect to hear from Macron in his speech later today?
Well, it's not just the conflicts in Africa. I mean, one that we've been reporting on France 24 and one that's no doubt at the center of discussions is that in Lebanon, we're expected to read a statement from the members here at this summit. And a little earlier, I spoke to the Lebanese Information Minister, Ziad Makari. He told me that he's very thankful for France's involvement in this. And he says at least France seems to be taking the situation seriously. He said that, you know, Lebanon does lean on France given its historical ties, but he does want to see the joint US-French diplomatic efforts to secure a ceasefire in Lebanon start up again, even though he told me that he was pessimistic about the chances of obtaining a ceasefire. He does say that he does have a message for the international community beyond just the French-speaking one. He said this story needs to be looked at with both eyes, not just one. But as you mentioned, it's, you know, there's a lot of regional conflicts and tensions going on in the background here. One of them is the armed conflict in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. This morning, Emmanuel Macron met with Félix Tshisekedi from the DRC, and on Saturday he'll meet with his Rwandan counterpart, both to try to secure a de-escalation in the region.
Karis Garland from the Francophonie Summit, and we are expecting Emmanuel Macron to start speaking very shortly. There he is, and we're going to take a listen to him now.
Your Majesties, chiefs of church, heads of state, heads of governments, Madam Secretary General, dear Louise, dear ministers, heads of delegation, members of parliament, ambassadors, prefect, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, I have been tasked to invite you here, to welcome you to this event, and this is a great honor for me. And as you've understood this, no one would have anticipated that there would be so much sunshine here at Villers-Cottier. Ladies and gentlemen, you are at home here, in a place that is much greater than us, where someone much greater than us reigns, a great lady who's aged who's over 1,000 years old, our language. Welcome here. Welcome to all speakers of French who have joined us here from all 5 continents. The Chateau of Villers-Cottier, as you've just heard, is where in August 1539 a royal decree marked the first official step of the expansion of our language. And it is here that Francis I of France, started building the unity of France through its language. It's an instrument of unification, of hope for our country. And if you'd come here just 5 years ago, you would have only seen a chateau that was already turning to ruin. You'd see closed, barricaded doors, empty rooms. But today it has become an open space, a living space, a place for exhibiting and teaching our language. And I'd like to congratulate all those who worked for many years in order to rebuild, restore, and also to think about the nature of the space and reinvent it. Because as you've seen, it's not just a museum, but it is a true city, a place of welcome, of research and exploration. We are all citizens of this place because we are all citizens of the French language. Yes, we share many things. More than just phonetics or grammatics or orthography, more than just points of grammar, subjunctives and conditionals, more than past participles and different complex rules of the French language. We share a Rabelaisian heritage that is continuously evolving, bringing together culture, creation, with this little bit of humor and that has gone through the ages. And our language, from Acadia in Quebec, from the Louisiana, from Haiti, from the heart of the African continent, from Morocco, Tunisia, to the Congo River Basin, from Madagascar to the Isle of Réunion, from Vietnam to Cambodia, from Oceania, from French Polynesia to Vanuatu. The sun never sets on this language. There are over 300 million men and women who speak on 5 continents the French language. More than 300 million people, or 500 million people, who are continuously trying to improve it and enrich it. And you've seen written over there, words in French written from the whole of France, from all over the world. Lots of words coming from other continents. And these are the words, the francophonie that unites us. And it was invented, it was seen by other places than France itself. It was first wanted by our writers, then by our journalists, by our radio presenters or radio workers. Then it was promoted and institutionalized in 1970 in Niamey by the president of Senegal, Senghor, Bourguiba, Guigny, and the Prince Sihanouk of Cambodia. And today it is made up of 88 states, and I'd like to congratulate those who will join us tomorrow, Madam Secretary General. From the very beginning, it was a decentralized organization, which at the end of decolonization wanted to stand up for a language that we all share. That is why the French language has created the francophonie and given itself its own tools, and creating its own structure and an environment that is its very own. Our language is a territory that has to be built. Now, of course, we have the Académie Française here in France, and I'd like to commend its representatives who are here with us. That is an institution. But there is also the Dictionary of the Francophones and of Francophonie, which we didn't build as something to compete with the Academy, but it is also something that inspires us. Our language is also something that helps us inform ourselves and understand the world. And since yesterday, we've been so happy to be able to see another fresh face on our family photo, because Madame Gimenez is now the head of TV5 Monde. I'd also like to thank Canada, Switzerland, Belgium, Monaco, Canada, Quebec, and Wallonie-Bruxelles for their contributions to this formidable project of Information du Monde and to sharing our common understanding. We also want to make it easier for new partners come from the whole of African continent who also have the same will to support free journalism to join us. And that is something that we're working on with President Ouattara, and we've been working on it for several years. It is an important project of ours. Our language is also a space of creation. Francophonie is a treasure of our various literatures, of our authors that we share, whether this be under the foot of a cedar tree or at the peak of our mountains. Because through our language we create imaginary worlds which structure our Francophone reality. And sharing beyond borders is a duty for us. And so that is why I also commend the project of collecting the referential work of Francophonie. This is a project that will allow these works to be showcased in different languages. Collection Fenêtre. It will have Francophone books to start with translated into Africa, into Arabic. They'll be sold for $2, and they will allow everyone to be able to have access to the ideas, the imaginary, and the values that are carried by Francophone writers. I think this will be an important step forward in the same way as in 2018 we launched at the Académie Française, we launched a support program for our interpreters and translators. Our language is more than a tool, it is an entire universe. It is a space of opportunity to create, to be able to create a space for artistic creation. And I know, Madam Secretary General, that you have long supported the creative industries, and we will have many an opportunity during this day to talk about this. Guillaume Gallienne will be reading an amazing text to us, and the Comédie Française will also be here to share their work with us. And throughout this day, we have artists representing the Francophone world to showcase this creativity. But our language is also a language to do commerce in, to do business in, because it is very international. If you look at Africa or Oceania, French is the language of passage. It is the language that allows you to move between all the regional languages, all the local languages. It makes it possible to unify the business world of an entire country or even an entire sub-region. And so it is a wonderful lever of opportunity. And I say this to all the young people today, all the people who are going into business. Don't think in English, think in French. Throughout the Indian Ocean, you can do business and you can reunify these regions, going from Madagascar to the Réunion, to Mayotte, to the Comoros. This is a language that unifies this regional space. The same thing in the Pacific, the same thing as in all of West Africa. So, it is true that the 330 million people that belong to Francophonie, and if it will grow in the following years, it's because French is such an attractive language because of its economic and business potential. Entrepreneur is a French word, even though our Anglophone friends might think otherwise. And that's why I'd like to commend all the entrepreneurs and innovators who joined us at this summit. And I'd like to also commend the extraordinary energy from Francotech. I'd like to thank Mr. Bozieux. I'd like to thank the teams of the summit, who I'd like to really thank the Secretary General of Business France, because you demonstrated that our capacity to innovate in all fields, from sustainable development technologies, all these things allowed the Francophone space to go forward and to create new opportunities. Bravo. Yes. Innovation is a French word, and so is invention. And that is why we work tirelessly these last months with our partners, including the World Intellectual Property Copyright Organization, in order to launch a French alliance, a French copyright alliance. Our language is also a language of transmission, and I'd like to pay homage here to teachers and professors who all over the world have been teaching French, whether French is our mother tongue, or if we learnt it, it is something that is intimate for us. It is something that carries our thoughts, our hopes, our revolts, and our emotions. The words that we use condition the ideas that we think, that also influence the freedoms that we have at hand. And that is why we need to protect our teaching and maintain quality education to make sure that each and every Francophone person can create their own educational pathway. And we will continue supporting the educational systems of Francophone countries through the OIF, the International Organization of Francophonie, just as we have done through the reform of the AFE. These are shared goals throughout our organization. I'm thinking about the regional centers for education and training, which cooperates with our national organizations. I'm thinking about TV5 World School. I'm thinking about the University Senghor in the beautiful city of Alexandria. And let me also take a moment to speak to the representatives of Egypt who are working on the installation of the Senghor University in the new suburb of Bangalore, the new campus. But even here, in this international city of the French language, at Villers-Cottier, you will not just see a place of heritage that we've renovated, you will not just see a place of culture and permanent creation. I'd like to congratulate the teams and all the people who've been working here. You also have artist residence, places for training, and we will also create and launch at this summit the International Collège of Villers-Cottier. The international city of the French language will become a laboratory of excellence in order to train teachers of French, and in French, teachers of future entrepreneurs, translators, interpreters, and it will welcome various researchers, specialists, and so on and so forth. It will be a place of transmission that will allow to irrigate the fields that have already been planted by our governments in our capitals. All these projects to make our language more dynamic. And because teaching French and French translation is the engine of our language. And I'd like to thank Mr. Mahmoud for the importance he's given to translation, because it reflects all our richness and diversity. Because if there's one thing that really characterizes the French-speaking world, Francophonie, is our hospitality. We welcome people in our language. And this has always been reflected by multilingualism and translation. So it's important that the teaching of French everywhere in the world is also reflected by our capacity of being able to teach in all our regions other languages such as English, Mandarin, Chinese, Arabic or Spanish, because this is a capacity to think language and the passage of language. A language is not something that is closed in on itself. Our language is open, and it opens up a space of communication and of sharing. Francophonie is everywhere, something that allows us to create a network of friendships, of diplomacies, of action, a different network of analyses. It's always fascinating, for example, in Canada, to see the love of French that is carried by that country. And it's carried that way and expressed that way in Ottawa, as well as in Montreal, Ottawa, because it's defended in different ways, but it's still defended because it's a language reinvention and invention of combat of expression, and that's why the Francophonie is a brotherhood, a non-exclusive brotherhood that only wishes to share its values. It is a utopia that has opened up its space to us all. It is this great wind, this bit of fresh air that allows us to mix, to creolize, to reinvent. And it is this wonderful space that allows writers such as François Cheng, who learnt our language after the age of 20, to become members of our academy. It allows a young Lebanese person to write in our language and to become, like Amin Malouf did, to become the perpetual secretary of our academy. That allows a young Russian person such as Andrei Makin to discover our language in Siberia and to devote his entire life to it. And also allowed a young Haitian writer to become one of the favorite writers of Canadians, and to be adopted by the by the Académie Française as a Némonto. I'm talking about Monsieur Ferrier. It allowed Catan to write his first book about Lebanon, but is very Christian. We also have other writers who've mixed their Albanian reality with the French languages.
Mais auquel rien de ce qui est humain n'est étranger. Signe s'il en fallait encore.
And there have been many signs through all this that French is a bridge between centuries, peoples, and individuals. The French language And the Francophonie is what allows us to do things, to create a universe that is shared and reinvented, a humanism that is decentralized, respectuous, based on the recognition of cultures and peoples, just like Souleymane Bachir Diagne described in his last book. This is also why I am convinced that the Francophonie is a space of diplomatic influence that allows us to confront the challenges of our century. It is together in French that we have to be able to meet the challenge of technological transformations. We, together in French, will have to confront the challenge of transformations and strengthen our preparation to this, and also build a digital order that will protect our citizens. It is together and in French that we will have to fight against disinformation, against the propagation of hatred online. We will have to fight against hate speech, racist words, anti-Semitic texts, and that is why Bruno Patino in a few minutes will tell you with the discussions that he's been working on. It is also why with the call of Villers-Cotterêts, we will be calling in very clear words on the digital actors to build a safer and more diverse space. There must be moderation in French in order to combat all the hate speech. And the International Organization of Francophonie is going to fight for this cause. It is also in French that we need to meet the challenge of artificial intelligence. We have to make sure that we can maintain open source innovation in French. And that is why next year we will have a summit on innovation in artificial intelligence, where Francophonie will have a star role to enable us to have a dialogue on innovation in artificial intelligence. And at the G7 summit, Mr. Trudeau also will carry these innovations that we defend together. Francophonie is also a place where together we can also defend a diplomacy that defends sovereignty, territorial integrity everywhere on this planet, where we can speak in a single voice next to Ukraine, and stand next to Ukraine, who's been threatened in its integrity by its Russian neighbor. That there should be no double standards, where every life should be equal in all conflicts around the world. And we all believe in the freedom of countries to be able to govern themselves. There cannot be peace in the Middle East without a two-state solution. We also think about our Armenian brothers and respect their territorial integrity. We are also standing next to our Lebanese brethren who have also been attacked in their sovereignty. We defend the sovereignty of all the peoples and states of the Pacific, which must be a peaceful region, and where no power should be able to undermine this peace. We also defend these humanist values that call us to stand by all our brothers in the world, in the Francophone world, and everywhere else. And so we also ask for humanitarian spaces and the civil population be protected everywhere and at all times. It is clear, Francophonie's program is an agenda for peace and sustainable development, as you saw when we voted on the 22nd September to adopt the Pact for the Future. And I'd like to commend the Democratic Republic of Congo, whose participation was decisive for us to be able to move forward. Francophonie is this solidarity of 330 million souls. A city that has the French language as a foundation and has the entire world as a horizon, and that desires something that is universal, that is made up of many different individualities. It is something wonderful, and that is why I'm very happy to be able to welcome you in this city of Villers-Cotterêts, the city of the royal decree of Francis I, also the city of Alexandre Dumas, a city that is yours because of its international dimension. And I'd like to thank every one of you for being here with us today, and I'd like to thank you for your commitment. Long live the French language, and to the common work that the International Organization of Francophonie is doing. Long life to all of you and all of us. Thank you.
Merci à vous. Merci à vous, Monsieur le Président de la République. Maintenant, j'invite le chef du gouvernement.
That was French President Emmanuel Macron speaking from the Francophonie Summit. We heard Macron celebrate the French language, which he called a great lady over 1,000 years old. He also announced initiatives to promote French literature, education, and innovation. And he stressed that French-speaking nations must stand together to promote peace around the world. Macron is hosting dozens of leaders from French-speaking countries Friday and Saturday. Here he is welcoming them just minutes ago.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are at home here, in a place that is much greater than us, where someone much greater than us reigns, a great lady who's aged who's over 1,000 years old, our language. Welcome here. Welcome to all speakers of French who have joined us here from all 5 continents.
And we'll have a recap of Macron's remarks with our reporter at the summit in the next hour as well, so do stay with us for that. But first, back to our top story today. Israeli warplanes hit the southern suburbs of Beirut overnight with a series of massive airstrikes. Balls of fire lit the sky above the densely populated area. Israel says it was targeting an underground bunker where senior Hezbollah officials were meeting and claims to have killed the head of Hezbollah's communication networks. We do not yet have word on the number of casualties caused by the strikes. Shirley Sitbrummer brings us more details in this report.
Smoke was still visible around Beirut airport when this plane landed on the tarmac. This isn't one of the aircraft meant to evacuate people away from the war, but a plane carrying Iran's foreign minister. Hezbollah is Iran's most powerful proxy militia, and Abbas Araghchi, seen here with the Lebanese prime minister, is the first Iranian official to arrive in Lebanon since the escalation of the war 2 weeks ago and this week's Iranian missile attack on Israel. These overnight strikes hit a southern Beirut suburb. Media reports say the potential successor of Hassan Nasrallah was the target. Among other strikes, a key road linking Syria to Lebanon, seen by Israel as Hezbollah's weapon supply route. For the Lebanese and Syrian civilians, this crossing is the main way to flee the bombings. While Israeli troops infiltrate the southern Lebanese territory to push Hezbollah fighters and their arsenal away from the border, several Israeli soldiers and Hezbollah fighters were killed, and so were Lebanese soldiers.
He went to rescue civilians with the civil defense paramedics and the Red Cross. A drone fired on them and left him a martyr.
While the fighting was ongoing on the ground in Lebanon, Hezbollah continued to fire rockets at Israel, as seen in this footage it has released. The Israeli chief of staff vowed to dismantle Hezbollah infrastructure and arsenal to prevent it from launching ground attacks on Israel from southern Lebanon.
Israeli operations continue in the Palestinian territories as well. Israeli forces carried out a strike Thursday in Tulkarem, a Hamas militant stronghold in the occupied West Bank. The Palestinian Health Ministry says 18 people were killed in a refugee camp there. Iran Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, led Friday prayers in Tehran on Friday, and he gave a rare public sermon in which he praised Iran's recent missile strike on Israel. Now, Iran is a Farsi-speaking nation, but Khamenei spoke in Arabic and said Iran would strike Israel again if necessary. Cami Knight with the details.
A huge crowd gathers at Tehran's Grand Masala Mosque. Thousands of Iranians have come to witness their supreme leader's first public sermon in almost 5 years. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei led Friday's prayers before addressing Iran's missile attack on Israel, a rifle by his side.
The brilliant operation led by our armed forces the past 2 and 3 nights was entirely legal and legitimate.
Iran fired around 200 missiles towards Israel earlier this week, partly to avenge the killing of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah. Commemorations were held in his honor during Friday's event. Khamenei's speech also comes just 3 days ahead of the first anniversary of the October 7th Hamas attack.
The Al-Aqsa flood operation that took place last year in October was a right, logical, and internationally legal move. The Palestinians were justified.
Hamas and Hezbollah are part of a network of armed groups backed by Iran in the Middle East, which formed the so-called Axis of Resistance, opposed to Israel and the US. Washington says it's in talks with Israel about a possible retaliation to Iran's missile attack.
We're not looking for a wider regional conflict. We're not seeking war with any group or organization or country in the region. We are certainly talking to them about their response.
As the Middle East braces for Israel's response, the IDF continues to intensify its bombardment of Lebanon. Overnight, Israeli strikes hit the southern suburbs of the capital. Their target, Hashem Safieddine, announced as a potential successor to Hassan Nasrallah.
We're going to take a short break now, but stay with us here on France 24 because there's more news and information. I'll be back at the top of the hour with your top stories.
Ahmed Sékou Touré, a leading figure in Guinean independence, left his mark on the country's history, but his legacy remains deeply controversial. Amid national tributes and the memories of a dark past, his regime continues to cause divisions 40 years after his death.
President Sékou Touré's system of governance was one of permanent conspiracy. He had people killed, and everyone knew they were at Camp Boiro.
However, for part of today's generation, Sékou Touré remains a source of inspiration.
He liberated Guinea, I liberated Guinean rap. That's it. It's telling people that when you fight, you can get what you want.
A legacy of independence and terror. Watch Sékou Touré's Guinea Revisited on France 24. Every day, the economy shapes our lives. Globalization, the financial ebb and flows, and new technologies profoundly transform our society. Going beyond the numbers, People and Profit analyzes the impact of the economy on our lives. Presented by Kate Moody, People and Profit, on France 24 and France24.com.
And welcome back to Around the World with me, Charlie James. Let's take a look at your headlines. Massive explosions in southern Beirut, including one close to the international airport. It was another fiery night of Israeli airstrikes targeting Hezbollah in the Lebanese capital. Iran's supreme leader says Israel, quote, will not last long. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei delivered a rare Friday sermon in Arabic defending Iran's missile attack on Israel. And France's president hosts dozens of leaders from French-speaking countries for the Francophonie Summit. Emmanuel Macron aims to boost France's standing in Africa, home to most Francophone states. Thanks so much for joining us here on France 24. Israeli warplanes hit the southern suburbs of Beirut overnight with a series of massive airstrikes. Balls of fire lit the sky above the densely populated area. Israel says it was targeting an underground bunker where senior Hezbollah officials were meeting and claims to have killed the head of Hezbollah's communication networks. We do not yet have word on the number of casualties caused by these strikes. Shirley Sitbon brings us more details in this report.
Smoke was still visible around Beirut airport when this plane landed on the tarmac. This isn't one of the aircraft meant to evacuate people away from the war, but a plane carrying Iran's foreign minister. Hezbollah is Iran's most powerful proxy militia, and Abbas Araghchi, seen here with the Lebanese prime minister, is the first Iranian official to arrive in Lebanon since the escalation of the war 2 weeks ago and this week's Iranian missile attack on Israel. These overnight strikes hit a southern Beirut suburb. Media reports say the potential successor of Hassan Nasrallah was the target. Among other strikes, a key road linking Syria to Lebanon, seen by Israel as Hezbollah's weapon supply route. For the Lebanese and Syrian civilians, this crossing is the main way to flee the bombings. While Israeli troops infiltrate the southern Lebanese territory to push Hezbollah fighters and their arsenal away from the border, several Israeli soldiers and Hezbollah fighters were killed, and so were Lebanese soldiers.
He went to rescue civilians with the civil defense paramedics and the Red Cross. A drone fired on them and left him a martyr.
While the fighting was ongoing on the ground in Lebanon, Hezbollah continued to fire rockets at Israel, as seen in this footage it has released. The Israeli chief of staff vowed to dismantle Hezbollah infrastructure and arsenal to prevent it from launching ground attacks on Israel from southern Lebanon.
Israeli operations continue in the Palestinian territories as well. Israeli forces carried out a strike Thursday in Tulkarem, a Hamas militant stronghold in the occupied West Bank. The Palestinian Health Ministry says 18 people were killed in a refugee camp there. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, led Friday prayers in Tehran on Friday, and he gave a rare public sermon in which he praised Iran's recent missile strike on Israel. Now, Iran is a Farsi-speaking nation, but Khamenei spoke in Arabic and said Iran would strike Israel again if necessary. Iran backs both Hezbollah and Hamas with money and weapons. Here is Khamenei speaking about Iran's missile launch against Israel that happened on Tuesday.
A huge crowd gathers at Tehran's Grand Masala Mosque. Thousands of Iranians have come to witness their supreme leader's first public sermon in almost 5 years. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei led Friday's prayers before addressing Iran's missile attack on Israel, a rifle by his side.
The brilliant operation led by our armed forces the past 2 and 3 nights was entirely legal and legitimate.
Iran fired around 200 missiles towards Israel earlier this week, partly to avenge the killing of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah. Commemorations were held in his honor during Friday's events. Khamenei's speech also comes just 3 days ahead of the first anniversary of the October 7th Hamas attack.
The Al-Aqsa flood operation that took place last year in October was a right, logical, and internationally legal move. The Palestinians were justified.
Hamas and Hezbollah are part of a network of armed groups backed by Iran in the Middle East, which formed the so-called Axis of Resistance, opposed to Israel and the US. Washington says it's in talks with Israel about a possible retaliation to Iran's missile attack.
We're not looking for a wider regional conflict. We're not seeking war with any group or organization or country in the region. We are certainly talking to them about their response.
As the Middle East braces for Israel's response, the IDF continues to intensify its bombardment of Lebanon. Overnight, Israeli strikes hit the southern suburbs of the capital. Their target, Hashem Safieddine, announced as a potential successor to Hassan Nasrallah.
For more on this story, France 24's international affairs editor Angela Diffley joins us here in the studio. Hello, Angela.
Hi.
Now, a lot of people watching this speech by Khamenei to see if they could discern any clues about what Iran might do next. So was there anything that we could learn from the speech today?
It wasn't new rhetoric at all, but in no way was it conciliatory. Notably, Khamenei called upon Muslims around the world to unite. He is a religious leader, as well as being at the top of the controlling hierarchy in Iran. And he said, God is on our side. If we all stick together, if we put aside, he seemed to imply, our Shia and Sunni differences and unite against our common enemy, Israel, we will prevail. The problem with that is that even within Iran, Khamenei doesn't have solid support. We saw back in 2021 a real effort to overthrow the regime. There is a very significant movement which would like to see the back of this regime, which would like to see the back of him. He is not in a very secure position, even within Iran. Also, within the Muslim world, Iran is a very divisive issue. Saudi Arabia is its great rival. Saudi Arabia would welcome some sort of humbling of Iran. The United Arab Emirates, Jordan. Arab countries are not united in being supporters of Iran. So that is not likely to appeal to them, his call. And also, it should be said that Lebanon, which is at the heart of all this, is not an entirely straightforward Muslim country. It's about 54% Muslim. There are significant other populations. There are about 40% of the population in Lebanon that are Christian. So again, that doesn't really work. So I think all of those things, it's likely to fall on deaf ears. Lebanon is looking a little alone, and Iran itself, there is not much sign of allies rallying around Iran.
And what is Lebanon's relationship or position when it comes to Israel and the Palestinian territories?
Yeah, it's such a huge story. It's too difficult to say quickly, but I think it's worth pointing to a few facts, such as Israel became involved in Lebanon's civil war in the 70s leading up to the 90s. Israel occupied Lebanon from 1982 until 2000 because Israel said they were trying to dislodge the Palestine Liberation Organization, as it was then, which had set up its headquarters in Lebanon, having been expelled from Jordan after Black September. So the Israelis occupied Lebanon in that period because they said they were under threat from the PLO, which was operating from there. Hezbollah take a lot of the credit within Lebanon for having got rid of the Israelis. Most countries do not enjoy any kind of occupation. But that said, Palestinian refugees, and there are many in refugee camps in Lebanon, are not particularly well treated. They don't have a lot of rights. They can't work. They can't buy houses. And the official argument is that that would undermine the refugee cause of the Palestinians. The reality is that very many Lebanese have very bitter memories of the time when the PLO were operating from Lebanon, and it is a very difficult and sensitive issue.
So it is widely expected that Israel will retaliate against Iran for the massive missile launch on Tuesday. It's kind of just a question of if, not when. When, not if, excuse me. So what do you see as Israel's options right now?
Yeah, you know, they've been well spelled out, really. We heard from Joe Biden that certainly the US is not keen on one of the options being touted, which is to go after Iran's nuclear facilities. Israel will make up its own mind, but they might be interested in the US advice on that. One of the reasons that might not happen as well is that those nuclear facilities are so deep below ground, it would be quite hard to really significantly take them out. They would be damaged, but might then be rebuilt. And the know-how is quite well spread. Other options hitting oil facilities. Oil prices have soared because of that possibility, or trying to go for the Iranian leadership. That would be a very surprising option if they pulled it off.
France 24 International Affairs editor Angela Diffley helping us stay on top of this very complicated story. Thank you so much. Next, French President Emmanuel Macron is hosting dozens of leaders from French-speaking countries here in Paris. His goal for the Francophonie Summit is to boost French influence in the world, particularly in Africa. France's influence and standing in Africa has been badly damaged by recent coups in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. In his opening speech a short time ago, Macron celebrated the French language and announced initiatives to promote French literature, education, and innovation. Have a listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are at home here, in a place that is much greater than us, where someone much greater than us reigns, a great lady who's aged who's over 1,000 years old, our language. Welcome here. Welcome to all speakers of French who have joined us here from all 5 continents.
Now let's take you to the chateau northeast of Paris, where the leaders are gathered. That's where France 24's Karis Garland is reporting for us. Karis, tell us more about what Macron is trying to accomplish during the summit and what we heard, kind of the highlights in his speech a short time ago.
Well, Emmanuel Macron very much took the line that we expected him to, defending the influence of the international organization of the French-speaking world, insisting that this language has allowed people from all over the globe to spread their art and influence. He also announced the creation of an international college that's going to teach people from all over the world here at Villers-Cotterêts, this site which was Macron's own project. In fact, he had this chateau restored not long after he took office. This was one of his projects, and he didn't choose it by chance. This is where Alexandre Dumas, if any French literature fans are out there, this is where he lived. And this is also the chateau where, in the 16th century, King François, or Francis in French, first made it mandatory for the French language to be the official language of all legal and administrative acts here in France. But Macron also took a diplomatic line, saying that this should be, it's not just language that brings us all together, it's also values of democracy, and we all protect each other in this. He said we stand by our friends in Armenia. He also mentioned the Lebanese, saying that, Lebanon, whose sovereignty and peace had been shaken, he said, we stand by their side.
Karis Garland reporting from the Francophonie Summit for us. Thank you. We'll be checking in with you over the next couple of days. Thanks so much. And that's all for this news update. You've been watching Around the World here on France 24. And coming up next, our show Tête-à-Tête, presented by my colleague Mark Perlman. His interview this week is with Afghan athlete Marzi Hamidi.
Hello and welcome to Tête-à-Tête here on France 24. Our guest today is Marzi Hamidi. She is a Taekwondo champion from Afghanistan, who is now a refugee in France since 2021, when the Taliban returned to power in Kabul. And since early September, you are under police protection. It all started in late August when you posted a video on social media denouncing gender apartheid in your country. Can you tell us what has happened since then?
Thanks for having me today. Unfortunately, when I saw that Taliban, they officially announced that women are not allowed to even speak in public, I thought, okay, it's time to invite everyone around the world to stand with Afghanistani women and also to fight against gender apartheid. So I launched my hashtag, Let Us Exist, because now in Afghanistan, women, we are not exist, you know, and I launched Let Us Exist, and I invited everyone to stand with us and to fight against gender apartheid. And we want to, the world, recognize gender apartheid as a crime against humanity, against women in Afghanistan. But unfortunately, I didn't know that fighting against them, like I just talk about the situation that will cost my freedom, my safety. And I just want to explain what happened exactly that now I'm under police protection. It's because I had an interview with an Afghan journalist in Paris, and I talked about the hashtag, and he asked me about the cricket national team of Afghanistan. That
It's
they
very
are
important, cricket.
yeah, for sure. And what they are doing, they are normalizing Taliban, and they are with Taliban. So I just say that I'm an athlete too, but I left the country. I'm in exile. I didn't stay with the Taliban. I didn't normalize them. So what they are doing, they're not representing women of Afghanistan, people of Afghanistan. They are just representing Taliban now. So after that, one day after, the fan of the crickets, because unfortunately, there are Pashtuns coming from Afghanistan, and they were not so happy of me as a Persian girl that I stand against that. They started attacking me in social media first by writing bad comments. But a few hours later, I received call, the first call in my WhatsApp. The person, he was shouting on me, and he was telling me that I have your address in Paris. You have to stop talking about the cricket team. You're not allowed to talk like this. Who are you? The first call when I received, I was like, okay, this is different, and this is worse now. I mean, it's not just only they are writing comments against me.
They're calling you.
They are calling me in my personal number, and they have my address. So the first thing that I did, I left my home quickly, and non-stop people were calling me from all around the world, from France, Germany.
Not from Afghanistan or Pakistan, including from Europe, including from France.
Yeah. I mean, from Belgium, Germany, Netherlands, France, European countries, America. I mean,
What were they telling you, that you shouldn't have spoken this way about the cricket team, or were there explicit threats against you?
Well, the first call that I received, I didn't answer other calls, to be honest, because of I was not allowed to answer. It was better to not answer, and they started to sending message in my Instagram, and they were telling me that we will cut your head, we will rape you, and they were writing everywhere that wait for the video of her, that while we are raping her. So when I see that all of this is happening to me, I asked the police to protect me because I'm not the only one that they want to kill me and to rape me. There are many women that they are victim of them, and they have done many bad things against women in Europe. So I asked French police to protect me, and also I asked the French government to take a serious decision for these people that they are living in Europe, that they are supporter of Taliban, and it's not just only they are fan of Taliban, that they are in contact with Taliban, and they try to stop us, like people like me, that we are fighting against them. They want to kill us, and as a woman, they always complain my life, my clothes, like my identity. They are always complaining, and they are always attacking me. And since now it's like 27 days that this happened to me, like 1st of September until now, I'm receiving everyday messages. Even today, before I came here, I received messages. They say that we will never forgive you. You have to apologize. But I'm not going to apologize. I will continue my fight. I stand in the right side. I stand for my country, for my people.
So you're living under police protection, meaning you had to leave your home?
Yes.
Stop your training as a taekwondo?
Yes, unfortunately now I'm not training. I'm not doing anything. The only thing that I'm doing is to see my advocate for my case.
You're scared?
Of course, like.
The police told you those are serious threats, or they are saying we're not taking any risks, so we put you under protection?
No, it is serious threats because they are people that they are living even in Paris. That's some of them. They have been my classmates like 3 years ago, and they are ready to do whatever they want with me. So these are serious threats, and I didn't want to be victim of that. Because of that, I stand against that, and I ask police to protect me because I didn't want they kill me, I don't know, to rape me, and then I stand for that. It will be late. So I stand before this become late. Yes, and I don't want to be victim of these people because I talk the truth.
You remember the day they came back to Kabul? It was August 15, 2021. What happened then? You remember?
Well, it's a sad. It was a sad day, you know, and it is a sad day for all of us. But I remember the day that they came. I was at my home. I just woke up first, and then my father he told me that I saw the Taliban in the streets. I said, it's not possible. How is this possible? Like, they easily come to Kabul. We are in Kabul. We have army. Like, we can defend. You know, we are more strong than them. And he said, okay, you can go to street to see them by your eyes, and then you will trust me, you know, that they are here. So I just saw in the news that, okay, they are here. And it was a big shock for me because Taliban, for me, it was only, like, I had just image of them in the media and, like, my parents when they were talking about the Taliban. For me, it was only that. But when I saw the Taliban in the streets, when I look at the streets from my room, from the window of my room, I saw the Taliban in the street. I said, how is this possible? I felt after that, it's like a movie for me, you know, like a scary movie. And for me, it was too much, you know. I couldn't, still now, I cannot accept that what happened. And even now I'm here, I'm talking. For me, it's like, it's like everything just like a movie, and I don't know like what happened and still what's happening.
And you decided to leave. Yeah.
And I left because I didn't want they kill me. I didn't want to...
What about your family?
My family, they're out of the country.
Are you afraid for them? Well.
Yes, because one of the Taliban, sorry, not Taliban, they are a fan of the Taliban, so one of them, he stopped my father in the street and he said that, are you a man that your daughter is talking like this with these kind of clothes? She doesn't have the right to talk about the cricket team, and she has to apologize and she has to stop. But my father, he's not that kind of person to say, oh, I'm sorry. He said, she's right, she's in the right side, and terrorist is terrorist. We cannot say that they are not terrorists.
Are you getting enough support in your eyes from women advocacy groups here in France and in the West, or do you think they're not speaking out enough?
For my situation, I receive like many messages from French people. You know, they support me, but President de Sénat, French Senate, Mayor of the Paris, Minister Interior, like they are the people that they are supporting me, and also Minister of Sport. But the rest, not really. And I think about Afghanistan and the situation of Afghanistani women, people are silenced, especially women in West. And
why?
They are, I don't know why, but maybe it's not interesting for them. I don't know, because I'm not in the life. But as a human being, it's our duty, you know, to speak up, to speak out for Afghanistani women and to be their voice, because they are voiceless and they are in a prison of Taliban. It's not a life for them.
Just last question. Now, 3 years the Taliban have been in power. No other country has recognized them, but it seems that there is more and more engagement. Do you fear that indeed the Taliban will remain in power and other countries will accept this new reality?
To be honest, they didn't recognize them official, but the funds that they are giving to the Taliban, they're giving them visa to come to Europe, and the freedom that they have more than me, it's kind of recognizing them. So for me, it's I'm not optimistic about West, that what they are doing with the Taliban, and each help that they are giving to the Taliban, the funds, letting them to come to Europe, that costs the freedom of Afghanistani women. And day by day, when they get more in power, more women will be killed by the Taliban.
Marzieh Hamidi, I want to thank you very much for coming here on the France 24 set, and I want to thank you all for watching this edition of Tête à Tête here on France 24.
The Fergana Valley is a green oasis in the middle of the arid steppes of Central Asia. On the border between Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, the control of water reservoirs and rivers has become a crucial battle.
Normally, the protection of water sources does not fall within our remit, but we do it all the same. Because borders are poorly demarcated, conflicts can arise.
Global warming is a real threat across this region.
We left Batken because it was getting hotter and we had less water. Our ancestors always shared this land and its water with their neighbors. But now there are more and more conflicts.
Between water scarcity and armed conflicts, the Fergana Valley's future seems uncertain. Don't miss Reporters on France 24 and France24.com.
I bring you a debate with members of the European Parliament in Brussels or in Strasbourg. We dig into the biggest issues affecting people across the EU. Also in the programme, I host European policy chiefs and newsmakers in a series of one-to-one interviews. That's all in Talking Europe on France 24 and France24.com, and of course on all our social media.
And welcome back to Around the World with me, Charlie James. Let's take a look at your headlines. Massive explosions in southern Beirut, including one close to the international airport. It was another fiery night of Israeli airstrikes targeting Hezbollah in the Lebanese capital. Iran's supreme leader says Israel, quote, will not last long. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei delivered a rare Friday sermon in Arabic defending Iran's missile attack on Israel. And France's president hosts dozens of leaders from French-speaking countries for the Francophonie Summit. Emmanuel Macron aims to boost France's standing in Africa, home to most Francophone states. Thanks so much for joining us here on France 24. Israeli warplanes hit the southern suburbs of Beirut overnight with a series of massive airstrikes. Balls of fire lit the sky above the densely populated area. Israel says it was targeting an underground bunker where senior Hezbollah officials were meeting and claims to have killed the head of Hezbollah's communication networks. We do not yet have word on the number of casualties caused by these strikes. Shirley Sitbon brings us more details in this report.
Smoke was still visible around Beirut airport when this plane landed on the tarmac. This isn't one of the aircraft meant to evacuate people away from the war, but a plane carrying Iran's foreign minister. Hezbollah is Iran's most powerful proxy militia. Abbas Arakchi, seen here with the Lebanese prime minister, is the first Iranian official to arrive in Lebanon since the escalation of the war 2 weeks ago and this week's Iranian missile attack on Israel. These overnight strikes hit a southern Beirut suburb. Media reports say the potential successor of Hassan Nasrallah was the target. Among other strikes, a key road linking Syria to Lebanon, seen by Israel as Hezbollah's weapon supply route. For the Lebanese and Syrian civilians, this crossing is the main way to flee the bombings. While Israeli troops infiltrate the southern Lebanese territory to push Hezbollah fighters and their arsenal away from the border, several Israeli soldiers and Hezbollah fighters were killed, and so were Lebanese soldiers.
He went to rescue civilians with the civil defense paramedics and the Red Cross. A drone fired on them and left him a martyr.
While the fighting was ongoing on the ground in Lebanon, Hezbollah continued to fire rockets at Israel, as seen in this footage it has released. The Israeli chief of staff vowed to dismantle Hezbollah infrastructure and arsenal to prevent it from launching ground attacks on Israel from southern Lebanon.
Israeli operations continue in the Palestinian territories as well. Israeli forces carried out a strike Thursday in Tulkarem, a Hamas militant stronghold in the occupied West Bank. The Palestinian Health Ministry says 18 people were killed in a refugee camp there. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, led Friday prayers in Tehran on Friday, and he gave a rare public sermon in which he praised Iran's recent missile strike on Israel. Now, Iran is a Farsi-speaking nation, but Khamenei spoke in Arabic and said Iran would strike Israel again if necessary. Iran backs both Hezbollah and Hamas with money and weapons. Here is Khamenei speaking about Iran's missile launch against Israel that happened on Tuesday.
A huge crowd gathers at Tehran's Grand Masala Mosque. Thousands of Iranians have come to witness their supreme leader's first public sermon in almost 5 years. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei led Friday's prayers before addressing Iran's missile attack on Israel, a rifle by his side.
The brilliant operation led by our armed forces the past 2 and 3 nights was entirely legal and legitimate.
Iran fired around 200 missiles towards Israel earlier this week, partly to avenge the killing of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah. Commemorations were held in his honor during Friday's event. Khamenei's speech also comes just 3 days ahead of the first anniversary of the October 7th Hamas attack.
The Al-Aqsa flood operation that took place last year in October was a right, logical, and internationally legal move. The Palestinians were justified.
Hamas and Hezbollah are part of a network of armed groups backed by Iran in the Middle East, which formed the so-called Axis of Resistance, opposed to Israel and the US. Washington says it's in talks with Israel about a possible retaliation to Iran's missile attack.
We're not looking for a wider regional conflict. We're not seeking war with any group or organization or country in the region. We are certainly talking to them about their response.
As the Middle East braces for Israel's response, the IDF continues to intensify its bombardment of Lebanon. Overnight, Israeli strikes hit the southern suburbs of the capital. Their target, Hashem Safieddine, announced as a potential successor to Hassan Nasrallah.
For more on this story, France 24's international affairs editor Angela Diffley joins us here in the studio. Hello, Angela.
Hi.
Now, a lot of people watching this speech by Khamenei to see if they could discern any clues about what Iran might do next. So was there anything that we could learn from the speech today?
It wasn't new rhetoric at all, but in no way was it conciliatory. Notably, Khamenei called upon Muslims around the world to unite. He is a religious leader, as well as being at the top of the controlling hierarchy in Iran. And he said, God is on our side. If we all stick together, if we put aside, he seemed to imply, our Shia and Sunni differences and unite against our common enemy, Israel, we will prevail. The problem with that is that even within Iran, Khamenei doesn't have solid support. We saw back in 2021 a real effort to overthrow the regime. There is a very significant movement which would like to see the back of this regime, which would like to see the back of him. He is not in a very secure position, even within Iran. Also, within the Muslim world, Iran is a very divisive issue. Saudi Arabia is its great rival. Saudi Arabia would welcome some sort of humbling of Iran. The United Arab Emirates, Jordan. Arab countries are not united in being supporters of Iran. So that is not likely to appeal to them, his call. And also, it should be said that Lebanon, which is at the heart of all this, is not an entirely straightforward Muslim country. It's about 54% Muslim. There are significant other populations. There are about 40% of the population in Lebanon that are Christian. So again, that doesn't really work. So I think all of those things, it's likely to fall on deaf ears. Lebanon is looking a little alone, and Iran itself, there is not much sign of allies rallying around Iran.
And what is Lebanon's relationship or position when it comes to Israel and the Palestinian territories?
Yeah, it's such a huge story. It's too difficult to say quickly, but I think it's worth pointing to a few facts, such as Israel became involved in Lebanon's civil war in the 70s leading up to the 90s. Israel occupied Lebanon from 1982 until 2000 because Israel said they were trying to dislodge the Palestine Liberation Organization, as it was then, which had set up its headquarters in Lebanon, having been expelled from Jordan after Black September. So the Israelis occupied Lebanon in that period because they said they were under threat from the PLO, which was operating from there. Hezbollah take a lot of the credit within Lebanon for having got rid of the Israelis. Most countries do not enjoy any kind of occupation. But that said, Palestinian refugees, and there are many in refugee camps in Lebanon, are not particularly well treated. They don't have a lot of rights. They can't work. They can't buy houses. And the official argument is that that would undermine the refugee cause of the Palestinians. The reality is that very many Lebanese have very bitter memories of the time when the PLO were operating from Lebanon, and it is a very difficult and sensitive issue.
So it is widely expected that Israel will retaliate against Iran for the massive missile launch on Tuesday. It's kind of just a question of if, not when. When, not if, excuse me. So what do you see as Israel's options right now?
Yeah, they've been well spelled out, really. We heard from Joe Biden that certainly the US is not keen on one of the options being touted, which is to go after Iran's nuclear facilities. Israel will make up its own mind, but they might be interested in the US advice on that. One of the reasons that might not happen as well is that those nuclear facilities are so deep below ground, it would be quite hard to really significantly take them out. They would be damaged, but might then be rebuilt. And the know-how is quite well spread. Other options hitting oil facilities. Oil prices have soared because of that possibility, or trying to go for the Iranian leadership. That would be a very surprising option if they pulled it off.
France 24 International Affairs editor Angela Diffley helping us stay on top of this very complicated story. Thank you so much. Next, French President Emmanuel Macron is hosting dozens of leaders from French-speaking countries here in Paris. His goal for the Francophonie Summit is to boost French influence in the world, particularly in Africa. France's influence and standing in Africa has been badly damaged by recent coups in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. In his opening speech a short time ago, Macron celebrated the French language and announced initiatives to promote French literature, education, and innovation. Have a listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are at home here, in a place that is much greater than us, where someone much greater than us reigns, a great lady who's aged who's over 1,000 years old, our language. Welcome here. Welcome to all speakers of French who have joined us here from all 5 continents.
Now let's take you to the chateau northeast of Paris, where the leaders are gathered. That's where France 24's Karis Garland is reporting for us. Karis, tell us more about what Macron is trying to accomplish during the summit and what we heard, kind of the highlights in his speech a short time ago.
Well, Emmanuel Macron very much took the line that we expected him to, defending the influence of the international organization of the French-speaking world, insisting that this language has allowed people from all over the globe to spread their art and influence. He also announced the creation of an international college that's going to teach people from all over the world here at Villers-Cotterêts, this site which was Macron's own project. In fact, he had this chateau restored not long after he took office. This was one of his projects, and he didn't choose it by chance. This is where Alexandre Dumas, if any French literature fans are out there, this is where he lived. And this is also the chateau where, in the 16th century, King François, or Francis in French, the first, made it mandatory for the French language to be the official language of all legal and administrative acts here in France. But Macron also took a diplomatic line, saying that this should be, it's not just language that brings us all together, it's also values of democracy, and we all protect each other in this. He said we stand by our friends in Armenia. He also mentioned the Lebanese, saying that, Lebanon, whose sovereignty and peace had been shaken. He said, we stand by their side.
Karis Garland reporting from the Francophonie Summit for us. Thank you. We'll be checking in with you over the next couple of days. Thanks so much. And that's all for this news update. You've been watching Around the World here on France 24.
Ahmed Sékou Touré, a leading figure in Guinean independence, left his mark on the country's history, but his legacy remains deeply controversial. Amid national tributes and the memories of a dark past, his regime continues to cause divisions 40 years after his death.
President Sékou Touré's system of governance was one of permanent conspiracy. He had people killed, and everyone knew they were at Camp Boiro.
However, for part of today's generation, Sékou Touré remains a source of inspiration.
He liberated Guinea, I liberated Guinean rap. That's it. It's telling people that when you fight, you can get what you want.
A legacy of independence and terror. Watch Sékou Touré's Guinea Revisited on France 24.
Hello and welcome to Access Asia. I'm Yuka Huaye, and here's what's coming up in this edition. As war rages in the Middle East, most Asian nations walk a diplomatic tightrope, but two big powers in the region appear to be taking a different approach. Japan's newly elected Prime Minister calls for beefing up the country's defences amid rising regional and global threats, but he also faces tough challenges at home. Amid escalating tensions in the Middle East, a number of Asian nations have been rushing to evacuate their citizens from Lebanon. Political reactions vary. China has voiced support for Lebanon in safeguarding its sovereignty and strongly condemned Israel's airstrikes that killed civilians. India called for an early return to peace, but extended support for Israel's fight against terrorism. France 24's Andrew Hillier joins me now on set. Hi, Andrew.
Hi.
So most Asian states made muted statements after last year's October the 7th attacks. Has that changed in the past year?
Well, I think that as the war in Gaza, for example, has dragged on, that there have been exceptions to that rule, notably in the case of Muslim majority states like Malaysia and Indonesia. Indonesia, of course, a big donor for Gaza. Otherwise, many other countries walking a diplomatic tightrope. Now, in the case of China, it's very interesting what we've seen in the last year has been, China has consistently called for a ceasefire and for a two-state solution, but Beijing has steadily been aligning itself closer to the Palestinian cause and to the Arab world. It was telling at the UN General Assembly when China's foreign minister met with his Lebanese counterpart. He said that China stood on the side of justice and the side of Arab brothers, including with Lebanon. This was as Israel was ramping up its airstrikes in Lebanon. China also pledging to support Iran's sovereignty, security and territorial integrity. So what's happening here is that China is trying to, I think, set itself up as a power broker down the line, a bit like India. Twice over the past year, we've seen how Beijing has brought together 14 different Palestinian factions, including Fatah and Hamas, sworn rivals, it has to be said, to meet in Beijing, and that culminated with the Beijing Declaration signed in July. This pledge from all sides to work towards national unity, symbolic but still significant.
So, with all this, what's Beijing trying to achieve?
Well, these are low-risk rhetorical moves. What this is really about is Beijing trying to set the narrative, trying to set itself up as a counterweight to the US, casting its lot against Israel. China's support for the Palestinian cause, it boosts its image in the developing world. It kind of boosts its image as a leader of the global South, and it undermines the image of the US. But as long as China's regional interests don't get too impacted, you're not going to see Beijing getting too involved. However, if this does continue to escalate, if it sucks in more regional players, then Beijing may feel it has no other choice but to play a more active role.
What about India? It seems to be more supportive of Israel.
Yeah, I mean, in the aftermath of the October 7th attacks, India took a very strong pro-Israel stance. Now, even though that resonated with messages put out by Western governments after those attacks, it did mark a shift for India because, for the first time, there was no immediate balancing statement, no reminder of India's historical support for Palestinian statehood. That would come a few days later. And we've seen these ties, as you can see on your screen there, we've seen these ties deepening over the last 3 decades. The keystone of those ties being security and defense cooperation between the two countries. In the 1999 war between India and Pakistan, Israel, one of the few countries willing to sell weapons to New Delhi. And now, over the last 10 years, India has become Israel's largest arms purchaser, buying 2.6 billion euros worth of weapons from Israel. There are even reports that India has supplied Israel with weapons during its war in Gaza. So Indian policymakers also often looking to Israel for inspiration in ideas on how to combat Islamist terrorism, because these are two countries that see themselves as being surrounded by hostile nations, as victims of Islamist terrorism. So in that sense, they can see themselves as natural allies.
And under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the two countries have grown ever closer.
They have, absolutely. This is a trend that has accelerated since 2014 with the election of Narendra Modi as Indian Prime Minister. We've seen the rise of Hindu nationalism and Modi really embracing Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu. Under Modi, I think we've seen increasingly this absence of sympathy for the Palestinian cause. But there is something else at play here at Ukraine, and it's that India has been also deepening its economic and security cooperation with Gulf Arab states like the UAE, and this has coincided with a thaw in relations between the UAE and Israel. We even saw the creation in 2021 of this new summit format, I2U2, with the foreign ministers bringing together the foreign ministers of India, Israel, the UAE, and the US. However, this is creating tensions within India. It comes as India tries to position itself as a champion of the poor, of the disenfranchised, as a leader of the global south, position it vies for with, competes for against China. But it's very hard for India to square its increasingly pro-Israel stance with this role as leader of the disenfranchised.
So a delicate balancing act there for India. Well, Andy, thank you for that. Now, Japan's new Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba promised to fundamentally bolster the country's military capabilities in the face of rising regional and global tensions. In his first general policy speech in Parliament since taking office on October the 1st, Ishiba, a known defense hawk, sounded an alarm over threats from Japan's neighbors, China, Russia, and North Korea.
Our nation is facing the toughest and most complex security environment since World War II. We've seen China and Russia intrude into our airspace in serious violation of our sovereignty. Today's Ukraine may be tomorrow's East Asia. That's what many people are fearing right now.
For more about the challenges facing Japan's new leader, let's bring in Robert Ward, Japan Chair at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. Robert, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Now, Prime Minister Ishiba called for beefing up Japan's defences, but he didn't mention two goals he previously pushed for, one on having a more equal alliance with the United States and another about establishing an Asian version of NATO. What does this tell us?
So these are really ambitious policy goals, and his problem as he takes office and he starts his term is that his political base within the party, the Liberal Democratic Party, is quite weak. So he's having to if you like, to navigate a very fine line between keeping power and doing what he wants to do. So in his policy speech, which he made today, he didn't refer to these two key policies as you've just said. But I think this reflects a sort of realistic view of what he can achieve given his political position.
Now, he also promised to work on constructive dialogue with China and pursue a long overdue peace treaty with Russia, but those are easier said than done, aren't they?
The relationship with China is very difficult. Japan and China have a few tensions in the East China Sea. China has been needling on the Senkaku Islands, which Japan controls and China claims. There are tensions there. Japan's worried about Taiwan and China's intentions towards Taiwan. Of course, relations with Russia have really chilled since Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. Japan's been very forward-leaning in supporting Ukraine where it can. So, as you said, these two policy goals are quite difficult. One of the things I think to bear in mind, though, when you're thinking about Ishida, his policy platform, foreign policy platform, is there's a lot of continuity from the previous Kishida administration. In his policy speech, he said Ukraine today could be East Asia tomorrow, which is a direct quote from Prime Minister Kishida. He wants constructive relations with the Chinese government, which again is a continuity from the Kishida administration. So again, his lack of room for political maneuver at home, the support that he got in his leadership bid from the Kishida faction within the LDP, these all point towards a lot of continuity in his government.
And of course, Mr. Ishiba also faces challenges at home, doesn't he, as the Liberal Democratic Party is struggling to restore the public's trust following another money scandal and questions over its relationship with the far-right religious cult, the Unification Church.
So he takes office at a time when the LDP is really struggling in the opinion polls. This reflects a number of factors. Most recently has been the funding scandal, which broke about a year ago. So he takes office at a difficult time. The next general election is due at the end of October. So he's seeking to consolidate his power and build some momentum into this difficult period. But yes, it's a very difficult time for him to take office.
Meanwhile, Japan's economy is struggling to come out of the doldrums, and that's not helping boost the country's birth rate. How does he plan to address that?
There isn't really much that he can do. His own preferred policy platform is similar to that of Prime Minister Kishida, his predecessor. So there may be a bit more fiscal action, fiscal pump priming, perhaps. But again, Japan's fiscal position is so tight, and what they can do is so limited that there isn't really a great deal, I think, one can expect in terms of radical reforms. The Abenomics policy platform of the long-serving Abe Shinzo Prime Minister of 2012-2020, Ishiba was a big critic of that. He didn't think it was. He didn't think it really did Japan's economy much good. I think, as I said, you're going to see a lot of continuity from the Kishida administration, the previous one.
Robert Ward from the International Institute for Strategic Studies, thank you so much for sharing your insight with us.
Thank you.
A bomb buried underneath an airport in the south of Japan exploded, causing no casualties but disrupting flights. The bomb is thought to have been dropped by US forces during World War II. The blast left a large crater on the taxiway at Miyazaki Airport, a former military base from which some kamikaze pilots took off on suicide attack missions. Unexploded munitions continue to be found across the country nearly 80 years after the end of the Second World War. Last year alone, more than 2,300 bombs were defused. And that's it for this edition of Access Asia. Please do stay tuned and see you next time.
The Fergana Valley is a green oasis in the middle of the arid steppes of Central Asia. On the border between Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, the control of water reservoirs and rivers has become a crucial battle.
Normally, the protection of water sources does not fall within our remit, but we do it all the same. Because borders are poorly demarcated, conflicts can arise.
Global warming is a real threat across this region.
We left Batken because it was getting hotter, and we had less water. Our ancestors always shared this land and its water with their neighbors. But now there are more and more conflicts.
Between water scarcity and armed conflicts, the Fergana Valley's future seems uncertain. Don't miss Reporters on France 24 and France24.com. Since 2006, in French, English, Arabic and Spanish, the world's most influential figures trust us with exclusive interviews. Global leaders sharing their visions for the future. Artists and creators spark inspiration. Thought leaders and innovators shape what's next. The biggest names are on France 24.
Liberté, égalité, actualité.
Hello and welcome to our viewers here in France and around the world. I'm Charlie James and these are your headlines. Massive explosions in southern Beirut, including one close to the international airport. It was another fiery night of Israeli airstrikes targeting Hezbollah in the Lebanese capital. Iran's supreme leader says Israel, quote, will not last long. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei delivered a rare Friday sermon in Arabic defending Iran's missile attack on Israel. And France's president hosts dozens of leaders from French-speaking countries for the Francophonie Summit. Emmanuel Macron aims to boost France's standing in Africa, home to most Francophone states. Israeli warplanes hit the southern suburbs of Beirut overnight with a series of massive airstrikes. Balls of fire lit the sky above the densely populated area. Israel says it was targeting an underground bunker where senior Hezbollah officials were meeting and claims to have killed the head of Hezbollah's communication networks. We do not yet have word on the number of casualties caused by these strikes. Shirley Sitbon brings us more details in this report.
Smoke was still visible around Beirut airport when this plane landed on the tarmac. This isn't one of the aircraft meant to evacuate people away from the war, but a plane carrying Iran's foreign minister. Hezbollah is Iran's most powerful proxy militia. And Abbas Araghchi, seen here with the Lebanese prime minister, is the first Iranian official to arrive in Lebanon